All right, guys. Today we do have Coca-Cola earnings dropping right now. Let me get these screens up for you guys. There's Coca-Cola. We have UPS today. And then we've got Google this evening. You can see the SPY up there. All right, so UPS dropped numbers earlier this morning. They dropped third quarter EPS of $2.99, beat the $2.87 estimate. Sales of $24.2 billion, beat the $24.42 billion estimates. Didn't really react a ton to the earnings release. You can see these numbers right here in chat. That's the UPS numbers right there in chat. Hey, what's up, CM, DS, Eddie, Liv? All we do is twin. Mark, good vibes. What's up, team? Yeah, so you can see UPS in the middle here. Hasn't really reacted a ton to this, but they did drop their earnings today. They also reaffirmed guidance. So, again, you can see their full release here. We also have today. We also have this morning. We have UPS, Coca-Cola, General Motors, Cleveland, General Electric, 3M, JetBlue, Raytheon. GM released theirs as well, so you can see GM's on earnings too. We'll see how these impact the automobile industries. GM didn't drop yet, it looks like. So GM was supposed to come out. Coca-Cola's not for about another 25, 35 minutes. Here's UPS right here. So yeah, UPS is out. Didn't really move at all though. Hey, what's up? Good vibes. What are you guys watching today? Yeah, what's up, Tony? We did end green yesterday, guys. If you didn't see us, we were able to end green yesterday. You know, sometimes part of me just wants to trade off stream a little bit, and that's what we had to do. And it didn't turn out bad. I mean, we were correct about a lot of stuff, so. There we go. Also, how about Snapchat? Yeah, here's our P&L yesterday if you guys want to see it. You can see we had a few losses, but we ran it back up. We made about 170 yesterday. What's up, Johnny? Still pretty early. Google also has earnings today, so you can see that. We have the SPY right here. There's Coca-Cola on the left. UPS did drop their numbers. The other ones that was supposed to come out today, you can see we're actually down some. How about Snapchat, though, man? We were able to take some off of Snapchat, from this big rebound that we got. Today's a big earnings day, man. We're going to have a lot to cover. But yeah, like I said yesterday, man, it's kind of funny. Like, as soon as I bought Snapchat, as soon as I did, we had some people that just got weird, bro. For whatever reason, some people are just really emotional about their stock picks. Like some people are just really, really emotional. You know what I mean? And so in that regard, it's just kind of like if you're getting really upset because of somebody else's stock pick, like calling names, being insulting, you're probably a losing trader. You know what I mean? Like in the end, I've said this many times, like in trading, you just gotta go your own way. Like I think you can have broad principles that you follow, broad rules that you follow. Like mine are like don't trade penny stocks, or don't invest in penny stocks. You're gonna lose if you do. Um, you know that type of stuff. And I think having those broad rule sets is fine. But aside from that, I'm gonna buy whatever I want to buy, and especially with swing trades, I'm gonna buy whatever I want to buy. Because again, time has shown me, time and time again, that most people are wrong. And with that, we were able to take some profit off of Snapchat, the dip buy we bought. So you love to see it. GE. Yeah, so let's look at GE's numbers. Hey, what's up, Larry? All right, so yeah, GE just dropped their numbers, and their numbers came in at 240 to 280 versus 263 estimates. So a little bit on par with estimates here for GE. There's GE right here. So it is reacting negatively. It's dropped a couple of about $4 or $5 a share since this release for GE. But here's their guidance numbers, which is really the most important thing. And their guidance numbers could be lacking some. So these are their guidance numbers right here. This is why I posted it. Anytime you see C's, it means it's guidance, right? And guidance is relevant. So GE's guidance was about on par with expectations. They think 240 to 280 versus 263 expected guidance. So, in terms of how they actually performed here, they posted a third quarter adjusted EPS miss of 35 cents, missed the 50-cent estimate. Yeah, for sure, Eddie. It's just weird, like it's strange because, like I said, as soon as I announced that I bought Snap, I had so many people, like I had two people that just got really weird and just started calling me names, and you could tell it bothered them so much, and then it's just kind of like, and this has happened a few different times, right? It happened with Disney when I bought Disney at 91 something, and then people were like, Disney's going to 50 is what they said. And then now that Disney's at like 102s or whatever it's at, 101s, now it's just kind of silence. It happens a lot, and it happened a long time ago with United Airlines. Like a long time ago with United Airlines, I made a video. I was like, "Yo, I'm buying United Airlines." This was in 2020, right after the crazy drops that we got and everything in 2020, right? And so my logic at the time was the same logic it is now, which is like, oh my gosh, we got all these really healthy companies that are just super cheap right now. And so I'm buying these dips. I'm buying these dips right now. This is what I'm doing. I'm buying dips. That was my logic, and that's what I did. I bought United Airlines. I bought Uber, and I made a video about buying United Airlines. And then, sure enough, people just got weird. Like within a day, that video had like 10 negative comments saying that pick was garbage and that I was wrong, and that United Airlines was gonna dump or whatever it is, right? And then within 3 weeks, United Airlines was up like 60% or something crazy, And then of course, do they respond like, wow, I was wrong about this? I'm sorry, I was wrong. Like, do they respond like that? Of course not. They just silence. Like, they just tail between their legs kind of thing. And so it really kind of shows you the lesson. The whole point, I'm not trying to brag here. The whole point that I'm trying to make with this is that you really got to go your own way sometimes, like especially when it comes to individual stocks, especially if they're blue chip companies. If they're penny stocks, it's a little bit more justifiable to criticize. But if they're blue chip companies and you like making the picks behind them, like do your thing. Other people don't have, the same foresight that you might, and so you just got to do your own thing. But yeah, it looks like GE missed, and they're down to about 70.5. They're not down a ton. Their guidance was on par. I think they also see free cash flow about 4.5 billion. I'm looking at all the GE results here now. GE with only 450 shares of volume this morning. Not really a reaction there. Crazy. Low volume for a big company. Yeah, for sure. No, I'm not letting it bother me, MC. I'm talking about it so people can learn from it, because I think there's a lot of people who put a lot of weight in what people online say. You know what I mean? Like I think there's a lot of people that put a lot of weight in that. And they let it influence their trading decisions. And then in hindsight, they realize they were right. Um, and so it's kind of something I'm trying to tell people, which is like, just go your own way. If it's about individual stocks, like it's very subjective. It's very subjective. Uh, I've been right about almost every one of my swing trades. Almost every one I've been right about. In the last like 6 months, I would say. I was wrong about Intel. It was one. I lost a couple $100, but I was right about Snapchat the first time I bought the dip. I was right about Disney about 2 or 3 times now. Every time it pulls back, I say, hey, I'm buying that dip. I was right about Apple. I was right about, there's a bunch of them. And so with that, every single time I've had somebody hating on the pick, and so it's just like, you got to go your own way sometimes. You got to realize that people are just emotional about their positions, is all it really is. GE is bouncing back up though, but it's got some volume, yeah, but it's not a ton. You can see here, it's not a lot. GE doesn't look like a big pre-market mover. We also had UPS drop their numbers too, and then Coca-Cola drops their numbers in about 30 minutes. Here's Coca-Cola. None of these are moving a ton in pre-market. It's still pretty early. Coca-Cola's on the left. SPY, you can see, is down pretty dramatically on the day. Or not really a ton, actually. It's down like $1 a share. Today we got some big earnings though. Yeah, DraftKings 100%. Yeah, GM. We can post the results here for GM. GM. They did better than expected here. If you look at GM's numbers, they posted EPS of 225. Literally just came out. So here's GM's numbers. General Motors Q3 posted 225, beat the 189 estimate. So GM actually did noticeably better than expected here. So GM did great. There's the GM numbers at $38 a share. It is moving up some. Posted 225 third quarter EPS, better than the 189 estimate. Sales of 41.89, beat the 41.77 billion estimate. So again, General Motors, posted better than expected earnings here. Let's see if they show anything for guidance numbers though, because guidance numbers are going to be very relevant here as well. Today, remember, guys, we got big earnings this evening that we're going to be streaming, specifically Google earnings. And we will be streaming Google earnings, so y'all be ready. What's up, Greek? Where's the best site to find corporate earnings, please? I use a mix of everything. I use Benzinga, TD Ameritrade, a few different things. I use Benzinga, Mark. If you want to check out Benzinga, I got you, man. Hold on. Let me post this link for you. Benzinga, let me find it. I know I got Benzinga somewhere. There's Benzinga. Yeah, if you want to check out Benzinga, here's the link. You can try Benzinga out for free. We got consumer confidence. So today we have the house price index. We got the house price index dropping. We've got the S&P HPI composite. And at 10, we got consumer confidence. I don't know if I'm going to, or I guess we can do consumer confidence too. So we got a lot of stuff happening today. Fed is speaking this evening. We've got Google earnings coming out too, which are going to be relevant and big. So we'll be certainly paying attention to the Google earnings. Yeah, all good, Mark. 3M revenue miss beat on EPS. Gotcha. All right, guys. So yeah, General Motors pulled all the way back here. So all right, guys. So yeah, we do have GM at 35.50s. All right, guys. We have GM at 36 here with 37.90s for GM. We have Coca-Cola at 58. So again, we do have Coca-Cola numbers dropping here sometime soon. Let me look at everything to see when this is going to come out. So we have 3M already released their numbers here. It looks like Larry said that earlier. So if we have MMM, again, MMM posted third quarter EPS of 269, sales of 8.6 miss. So a miss on sales revenue, a beat on EPS for 3M. General Electric already dropped. GM dropped. Coca-Cola drops at 6:55, which is in about 20 minutes or so, about a little bit less than 20 minutes. JetBlue drops at 7. And so JetBlue and UPS are the biggest ones coming up. And then this evening are the big ones. So so Coca-Cola is what that is, UD. Coca-Cola, brother. Yeah, y'all hit that like button. Yeah, do it now. Yeah, remember, guys, we do have UPS here. So here's UPS on the right. UPS is up a little bit from these news releases. It's Coca-Cola. Yeah. Halliburton and Cleveland Cliffs. Got you, man. All right, guys. Coca-Cola at 58. Again, we got GM at 36s here. All right, guys. We did get a pop-up for GM. Again, GM posted better than expected results, if I remember correctly, right? So here's General Electric. We'll go ahead and put the GM numbers up here just so we can see. Third quarter just EPS 225. Consensus is 188. There's General Electric. There's General Motors. So there's the GM numbers right there. UPS, General Motors, Coca-Cola. Again, we got about 15 minutes before the Coca-Cola earnings release. About 15 minutes, give or take. What do you guys got today? Let's do a poll here. I don't think we've done a poll yet. At least about 15 minutes, give or. Hey, what's up, Beach Bum? Hey, good morning, man. All right, so we got UPS, GM, Coca-Cola. Bullish or bearish on today's big earnings reports? Bull or bear? Remember, today we have Google earnings that we're going to be streaming today. Coca-Cola did not drop theirs yet, ST. So Coca-Cola symbol is KO. Earnings are scheduled to come out today. Waiting on the numbers to drop. Today we also have Microsoft and Google earnings post closing bell. Hey, what's up, Ricky? Bullish however we can. Looking at the poll numbers, we got about 20 votes in about 30 seconds just now. 78% are bullish, 22% are bearish. All right, guys, Coca-Cola, we're at 58.15s here, 58.15s. Again, we did it in green yesterday. Um, it kind of shows like I don't mind taking swings, but I think what happens is like I trade my first few trades and then people are critical. And then because people are critical in chat, I get kind of like it's hard to explain. Like then I get apprehensive to trade because then I know if I lose, people are gonna just give me crap for it. And so I think at the open, I'm gonna make it a rule. Don't criticize my trading. Yeah, just let me trade however I want to trade. If I win, I win. If I lose, I lose. Again, my private graph is profitable. I mean, here is this month so far. You know what I mean? So it's like we're doing pretty well, you know. We've been having to ban some people for just being weird after the open. And so again, just kind of a friendly warning, we will ban you, you know, if you're super critical once I'm trading. What's up, Beach? Hey, what's up, Bulldog? Hey, good morning, good morning. Going to be a very interesting week, like usual, of course, but with this earnings. Yeah, man, we got Google earnings, Microsoft earnings. We got today we have Coca-Cola earnings dropping. I believe in, let me see, Coca-Cola earnings drop in 10 minutes at 55. It's scheduled for 55. Now, earnings are a little bit different. They could really drop whenever. You know, sometimes a company will have 4 p.m. scheduled for their earnings release, and then they'll just randomly drop it, 5 minutes before that. And so you don't really know, but Coca-Cola is the next big one that comes out. It comes out at 7:50 or 6:55 a.m. Hey, y'all go give Bulldog Trading a subscribe. Hope you're doing good, bro. Check him out in chat. Great channel, great content. Bro, you ace swinging Snapchat. Bro, people hated on me hard for Snapchat, bro. I had people on Twitter calling me a moron and stuff like this because I bought Snapchat after the dip. Bro, people still don't understand that trading strategy that I use, and it's wildly profitable for me. Wildly profitable for me. Again, I look for healthy companies that I think have objective value. Looking for objective value here. I wait for healthy companies that have huge drops. I don't care if the drops are from earnings. If they are from earnings, what I analyze is how much of it is an overreaction. I look at the actual earnings report, the guidance, and I say, okay, is this an overreaction? And if I consider it an overreaction, I buy that dip and I wait. Almost always it rebounds. At the times it doesn't, the loss is so small because it's already extended on the downside when I buy it. Very powerful strategy. I've done it with Snapchat, DraftKings, Disney a bunch, Apple a bunch. I've done it a lot over the last 6 months. It just works damn near every time. Again, nothing works 100% of the time, but it has been. If you could be patient enough, which I've been very patient, I've been incredibly patient with this. If you could be patient enough with this strategy, and you can plan to just hold it for as long as you need to, it's incredibly high accuracy rate. Incredibly high accuracy rate. Hey, nice Bulldog. Hey, good job, bro. Yeah, man, I loaded up on that dip. It just seemed like objectively cheap. Snapchat still has hundreds of millions of daily active users, right? And so we drop big. I'm buying that dip, bro. I don't care what people say. Of course, for whatever reason, like bears are really emotional. You realize, like bears are just weird. Where it's like bears hate you if you're bullish. You know what I mean? That's something I've noticed over the last like week or two. That bear, and I'm a bear in some things. Like you talk to me about penny stocks, bro. I'm a huge bear sometimes. But I'm not gonna hate anybody for being bullish. I might think they're wrong. But I'm not gonna call them disrespectful names. I'm just gonna be honest about it and say, hey, I think you're wrong. But the amount of people that got weird with me after Snapchat was ridiculous. And again, Snapchat rebounded. Again, I took some profit yesterday off of Snapchat, so I mean, I'm not gonna say I told him so, but I did. Yeah, you love to see it. Hey, nice Tigers, congrats, bro. Yeah, man. Hey, what's up, Mike? You guys know how it is. Like I said, it started with United Airlines in 2020, bro. United Airlines dropped heavy in 2020. It was down to like $25 or something like that. I made a video on now like an independent channel of ours that I don't really use anymore called it doesn't even matter. But I made a video saying, hey guys, I'm buying the United Airlines dip. This is why. I'm buying United Airlines right now. This is why. Right, it was right after the big drop. I bought UAL. Let's look at where UAL was. All right, Coca-Cola, guys, set to drop their earnings in about 7 minutes. Right, here's UAL. I'll show you where I bought this dip, right? So really I need, this was years ago, and so I need a larger. Yeah, so look, I even have it drawn out when I did it. I bought the dip. Let me get my pen out so I can be like John Madden really quick. There you go. There it is. Okay, so yeah, I bought this dip right here at like $25. So I bought this dip right here. And so again, we had this huge drop, and my logic at the time, just to help you understand like this trading strategy that I've been using for years. My logic at the time is that airlines are necessary. Like they're not, like people have to fly. Like it's not that they want to fly, people have to fly in certain ways for business, right? So when we dropped to $25 a share, number one, I didn't think the government was going to let United Airlines fail. And so I thought that it was a cheap dip buy. And again, I got hated on hard for this. And then sure enough, within a couple weeks, United Airlines was literally up almost 100% from that $25 level. If it would have hit 50 right here, that would be 100%. Within a couple weeks, it was literally up almost 100%. And I remember I made like 60% on it, and then of course, silence. Yeah. And again, the lesson I'm trying to teach you guys, I'm not trying to brag. I'm really trying to tell you guys, you got to go your own way. You got to go your own way. Like you're going to have people talk smack or do whatever about your trades. In the end, you got to go your own way because frankly, most people are wrong. But United Airlines, if it starts to dip more, I'd buy it, but it's at 42. I just don't really like it. We do have Coca-Cola dropping their earnings pretty soon here, guys. So again, Coca-Cola drops their numbers in about 5 minutes, a little bit less than 5. Yeah, but if everything goes to zero, Zoldra, then we got a lot bigger problems than a small, United Airlines or Snapchat dip buy. You know what I mean? If everything goes to zero, we're in trouble. Outside of stock investments or swing trades, you know what I mean? So that's the thing people got to understand. Like putting all your eggs into a very unlikely scenario of like everything going to zero. Again, everything goes to zero. We got real big problems, outside of a dip buy. And so that's the understanding people have to have. Like people can bet on just a huge broad stock market crash that just destroys the market for years, but again, if that happens, I can take my L and just move on, but that's incredibly unlikely. Microsoft and Google are this evening. Yeah, we got Coca-Cola dropping their numbers good. Nice, Bulldog. Congrats, man. Hey, that's right, Beach. Same happened to a bunch of us in Australia trading Qantas. When it dropped to $3 a share, a bunch of us bought as much as we could. We all knew the go. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I did it with Hertz too. So it's like the strategy, like sometimes I'll take it on a little bit less sure things. Like I did it on Snapchat. I remember, not Snapchat. I did it on Hertz. Hertz announced Chapter 11 bankruptcy, which is a reorganizational bankruptcy. It's not a Chapter 7, which is the bad one, right? Hertz announced a Chapter 11 bankruptcy filing, and they tanked huge. They dropped like 75%. And so I said, okay, I'm buying this dip. I bought like a couple $100 worth. Within a day, it was up 100%. I made 100% on that trade, got out immediately. And so there's little dip buys that you can get in that have objective value. You got to look at it and say, hey, is this company worth more than where it's at now? Is essentially what it is. But in order for that to happen, you usually need big emotional drops. Like with Snapchat, I analyzed it and I said, okay, is this an overreaction? If you look at Snap's earnings here, again, we got about 3 minutes, guys. 3 minutes before Coca-Cola comes out with theirs. I get about 3 minutes. But yeah, if you look at Snapchat's results here, let's find them. Snapchat dropped their earnings last Thursday on the 27th. What? Oh, no, I'm sorry. Snapchat dropped their earnings last Thursday on the 20th. And Snapchat showed, what did Snapchat show? Let me see. I should have it up here. Nokia, Tesla. Okay, here it is. Yeah, Snapchat showed third quarter adjusted EPS of 8-cent profit, beat the 1-cent loss estimate. Sales of 1.13 billion, beat the 1.12 billion estimate. They dropped because they're not providing guidance numbers. But again, I think that was an overreaction. I really think that was an overreaction. You can see why. They beat on EPS, they beat on sales. They just didn't drop earnings. And I think that's an overreaction. All right, we got about 2 minutes, guys, before Coca-Cola drops their numbers here. Again, waiting for the data to come out. Just kind of patiently hanging out here. All right, so the UK Prime Minister Sunak says that economic stability will be at the heart of the government's agenda and will be difficult decisions. They said that they will not leave the next generation with debt to settle. And this was Sunak, the UK Prime Minister. So again, let's post this. This might influence markets some. Again, we do have about a minute before Coca-Cola drops their earnings, or when they're scheduled to drop their earnings. So about a minute before KO drops their numbers here. Yeah, thank you, Bulldog. Appreciate you, brother. Hearing chatter that the U.S. is going to... I don't know, Matthew. I think it's got... Here's the problem with that. It's just got so many people using it at this point in time. Like, if that happens, there's going to be some stock trades to get involved with. All right, guys. Waiting for the Coca-Cola numbers to come out. Again, waiting for the Coca-Cola numbers to come out. But if that happens, I'm buying Google. You know, I'm going to buy up Google. Because, that's going to be good for everywhere else. Maybe even Facebook might be a good dip buy. So, I mean, remember, if you hear that news, if that does happen, that's going to be good for Google. It's going to be good for Facebook, for Meta. All right, guys, Coca-Cola moving up a little bit ahead of their earnings. It's 55 now. Let's see if the numbers came out yet. I don't see anything yet. It did move up some. Again, patiently waiting for the Coca-Cola numbers to drop. All right, so they did drop 69-cent EPS, 69-cent EPS, revenue of 11.1 billion. They're reacting positively from this. 69-cent EPS. Expectations for Coca-Cola were for 64 cents. So they posted better than expected EPS at 69 cents per share, better than expected sales revenue at 11.1 billion. And so again, Coca-Cola came in better than expected at 69 cents per share, better than expected for sales revenue as well at 11.1 billion. So better than expected results for Coca-Cola, and it is moving up. It's at $59 a share. $59 a share now. Again, here is the full data here. We're still waiting to see if we get some guidance numbers. That'll be impactful as well. But here is the initial drop for Coca-Cola right here. So here is the initial drop. All right, yeah, $59 for Coca-Cola. SPY at 377s. Yeah, so Meta is not until next week, right? Meta's next week, I believe. Meta is next week. I'm not 100% sure. All right, guys, 58.80s for Coca-Cola, 58.80s. Meta's tomorrow, Thursday. Yeah, Coca-Cola beat better than expected here. We're looking at their numbers for Coca-Cola. They did raise their fiscal year guidance here, so Coca-Cola should have a really positive reaction. They see Coca-Cola posted 69-cent EPS, beat the 64-cent estimates. Quarter three EPS is up 14 cents to 65 cents per share. 15 to 16%. They see 2022 comparable currency neutral EPS growth of 15 to 16%. All right, so again, I'm gonna start putting some of these numbers in chat. But yeah, really good numbers for Coca-Cola. Really good numbers. Who you guys got winning the World Series, bro? Honestly, I might go to the game. I don't know which game I'm gonna go to. You know, they say in life you should pay for experiences. That you should pay for experiences. And so for me personally, I'd like to go to the World Series. You know, I got the money to do it. Let me see World Series tickets. I like Bryce Harper too. So like I've always been a fan of Bryce Harper since 2015, really. So Friday is the first game. Coca-Cola breaking highs at 59.16s. Whew, man, these tickets are high though. Whew. All right. Well, if ticket prices stay at what they're at now, yeah, there ain't no way I could swing this. Oof. Yeah, see, I could probably swing maybe 7. All right, guys, UPS rip it up. Yeah. Yeah, they're only going to go up. Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to go. I mean, listen, I have the money to. You know what I mean? I really do. Not even trying to brag. I have the money to. The problem, though, is I talked to Carol yesterday. If I could get one. Okay, I mean, I can get these tickets. Man, I saw them just the other day. They were like $700 for really nice seats. I should have gotten them. Right now, they're running like 2,000 plus. I'm not paying 10 grand to go to the World Series. Especially the only way I'm paying 10 grand to go to the World Series if it was Game 7 and the Astros were playing at home. Game 7, it depends. If it was Game 4 and we were sweeping them, I'd go. Right? Or if it was Game 7, I'd go. But for Game 1 or Game 2, it's going to be a hard buy for 10K for my family. Again, the problem is I would bring my son. I would bring my son. But I don't think he's going to enjoy it. Yeah, I don't think he's going to actually enjoy it. All right, guys, Coca-Cola pull it back a little bit. And so baseball games are long, man. They take 3 hours. My son plays baseball with me. One of our things is baseball. I taught both of my kids baseball since a very early age. They're both pretty solid, but I can't get them to watch baseball with me yet. I can get my daughter to watch it with me, but my son, I can't even get him to watch it at home. And so if I bring him to I bring him to Minute Maid and I have to sit there for 3 hours, he is going to complain. That's the only problem. I would just bring my daughter, just me and my daughter go, because Carol doesn't even know anything about baseball anyway. And that might still be an option. But then I'm going to feel bad because then Jack, when he's older, he's going to be like, hey, man, you and Maddie went to the World Series and you didn't bring me. But I guess I could tell him, look, bro, you don't whine and complain the whole time. Yeah, I don't feel like going to the nosebleeds for $1,000 a ticket. If I went, I'd want to go with my daughter and I'd want to buy good seats. I'd spend $2,500 for me and my daughter to go and have decent seats. My daughter would actually have fun doing it too. All right, guys. Coca-Cola at 59 right now, 59. SPY at 377.60s. So we're watching that. Yeah, I mean, I can find some nice little seats here for about 1,100 each. All right, guys. Coca-Cola up to 59, 59. Like right next to the foul pole, there's one. Mullen. Yeah, I saw Mullen yesterday. You actually gave me some good trade ideas from that question. Thanks. Just leave everybody at home and you go, no, I got to at least bring my daughter. Hey, nice cheeky. All right, guys. Coca-Cola at 59s. SPY at 377.50. I don't know. It just depends, man. Like I could spend 4K and get the family tickets, but it's gonna be about 5,000 total, and I could swing it if I needed to. But my question is, do I want to do this and get some nosebleed seats for $4,000 or $5,000 for the family, or do I just want to bring my family on like a different vacation somewhere for a couple days and like go to the snow or something and have? And I could do both, but like I don't know. I'm cheap, man. I'm cheap. Mullen, yeah, Mullen ramping up last couple days. Again, I mean, here's the problem with Mullen. I mean, listen, I'm going to tell you guys this, and I want you guys to listen. All right. Anytime that a company does this, what it's done over the last like 3 or 4 days, right? Coca-Cola breaking highs at 59.20s here, 59.20s. Anytime Mullen up there at 60 cents a share. Here's the problem, though. Anytime a company does this, right? Anytime a company does this, it always builds up bag holders, right? Like, okay, people get super sold behind the company. They get really weird about it, and they say, oh, and that's fine. But they say Mullen to the moon. Mullen's going to do this. Here's my problem with Mullen, is I think Mullen has a 0% chance of succeeding as an automobile company long term. I think there's no way Mullen's going to succeed as an automobile brand long term. That's my problem with buying it. Now, you can short term momentum trade it, and that's fine. But when you look at the long term chart, this is the long term chart of Mullen, right? It's an up and coming EV brand, good battery technology. And so I think the good news is that it could potentially get bought out. And I think that's best case scenario here for Mullen, is that it gets bought out. I think the problem with it is that it just doesn't have the consumer base it needs to sell cars long term. Like, just not enough people want a Mullen vehicle. You know, regardless of how cool or different it is, not enough people want to buy it, like the actual cars. People might want to buy the stock. And again, I know all of that is irrelevant considering what it's doing short term. But again, I mean, even looking at it over a 180-day period, like half a year period, it's still down pretty dramatically over that half a year. And so, of course, like what happens is like bag holders that ended up buying it way back here, bag holders that are buying it way back here, they're like, oh, Mullen to the moon, it's going to go crazy, trying to get everybody hyped up about it. And I get it. I really get it. But it's just unlikely that this thing does much. It could run, it could make a big momentum move. I guess that's possible. But I'm not buying it personally myself. Just because I think that, I just don't think it's going to be worth it. How old are you, man? You have everything. I'm in early 30s. Mullen keeps buying out other companies. I don't think they're going to get bought out themselves. They're 60 cents a share. Stash. They're 60 cents a share. And again, here's the thought experiment that I run every time when we get one of these EV brands pop up. All right, here it is. Okay, here's the thought experiment. All right. Now, here it is. Okay. Put yourself in a world where you had never traded the stock market. Yeah, say you never traded stocks before, right? And you wanted to buy an EV. Would it be a Mullen? If you say yes, you're lying. You know, the only people that really are about Mullen are people that have bought the stock, right? With confirmation bias. If you didn't trade stocks and you had never traded the stock market before, you would never have heard about a Mullen before, let alone wanted to buy one. And so I think in that regard, you got to think of it from that perspective. There's just not a big enough consumer base to help this company succeed long term. It's a 60 cents per share stock. It might run up crazy with volatility. It might get pumped up. I don't know. It might get manipulated up there. I doubt it'll hold. And again, the problem with Mullen is simple. It doesn't have the consumer base it needs to succeed as a standalone automobile company. Not right now, at least. Now, again, maybe I'm wrong. I could very easily be wrong. Maybe I am wrong. It's certainly possible. I just don't think I am, of course. Nobody does. But, we'll see. It's at 60 cents a share now. It's made a really big move up. It's up about 100% back since the last 4 or 5 days. It's up about 100%. But again, I mean, it's up 100% after on the year. It's down, way more than that. You know what I mean? So take it with a grain of salt, I think. And y'all just be safe. Be careful with this. I don't know, Tori. Hopefully until I'm 100, you know. So even with their recent news release with the EU stuff didn't change your opinion. They're getting into commercial and delivery on top of their consumer side. I do agree with your market share point. Yeah, I mean, Taylor, it's not even about any of that. Like they could get whatever, they could do whatever they want. They're going to be grasping at straws to get people to buy their cars. Again, right now with EVs, it's just going to be very difficult to get people to buy their cars. And so again, I think best case scenario is they get bought out by a big boy like Lucid or not Lucid maybe, but they get bought out by Tesla or Neo or Polestar or something like that. I think that's best case scenario for them. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think I am. I think that Mullen. I think one of the things that influences sentiment right now is, again, I think a lot of people bought this run up. So a lot of people bought up here, And so what happens is when they buy it up here even higher, if their entry price is way up here, when it drops down to this, they turn into long-term bag holders or super bulls, right? So if anybody says, "Hey, Mullen, oh, greatest company ever," confirmation bias is a very strong thing. It's what it is. Confirmation bias is strong. And so if you want something to happen, if you're stuck in this and you want the stock to go like this, you overstate the probabilities of that actually happening. And I think that's kind of something you have to notice with Mullen in any up and coming EV brand. But again, high risk, high reward. Maybe I'm wrong. I might be wrong. Maybe it runs up big. It could. It certainly could. It's made up. Again, to put the other side out there, it's made 100% over the last week or so. Apparently there's some good news out there in Europe for Mullen. And yeah, I mean, it certainly could. I don't think it will, but it certainly could. It secured a license for iGo EV in Europe, the exclusive right to sell electric vehicle delivery in select European markets. I'd like to see some specifics here, though, to see about what select markets. They did name former GM executive John Schwegman as CCO, and they add the former GM executive to the board. So yeah, again, they're trying. They're doing what they're supposed to. But again, I just don't know if we're going to succeed long term here. Maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, listen, like I said, I'm definitely not talking about. Again, I'm certainly not talking about short-term momentum. Y'all do y'all's thing, man. Again, I hope y'all make money. It's not like I'm shorting Mullen, and so I don't want to see traders lose money. So I hope you guys make money. I really do. Mullen up there. I mean, it's moving. Yeah, what's up, Beach? Have a good day, brother. Y'all check out Beach Bump's channel if you haven't already, guys. I've been legging in the last few months. I'm near my average now, so I'm swinging a good pop. If I hit it big, I'll send you a super chat. Hey, well, thank you, Taylor. I appreciate you, bro. Good luck, man. Hope you make money. Yeah. Wait until they do a Super Bowl ad. Who do y'all think will make it to the Super Bowl? Josh Allen? The Bills? Certainly not the Saints. Maybe the Bengals. Bengals got a lot of work to do. But yeah, who do you guys think will make it to the Super Bowl? I got to go with Josh Allen and the Bills. All right, Coca-Cola is up there, though. Mullen at 61 cents here. Here's UPS on the right. Here's the SPY. Again, today we do have some echo data coming out today. Specifically, we got the house price index dropping. The house price index is a measure of movement of single-family house prices with Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac mortgages. Again, I don't know if right now we're in the position where, just like yesterday, good is bad and bad is good, where if we get upward movement, if we get higher than expected values here that we're dropping, or if we get lower than expected values, we're moving up. I'm not sure. We also have the HPI composite drop today. We also have consumer confidence dropping at 10. So consumer confidence drops today as well. Again, SPY at the right side here. You can see the dollar index in the middle here. And again, starting to move up a little bit, but still pretty low. I mean, I liked where the dollar index fell yesterday, under 113s by a big margin here. 113s is all the way up here. So I do like where the dollar index is now. I think the dollar has fallen nicely. I think the SPY has rebounded nicely, and hopefully this continues. Not sure if it will, of course, but hopefully it does. Eagles, yeah, Jalen Hurts and the Eagles. Yeah, yeah. Long on soda. I don't know, man. I'm a big soda guy, but I had to give up like soda. Uh, a year or two ago, I gave up like actual soda. Like I still occasionally will drink like something like a Diet Coke or something like that, but just so much sugar, man. Just so much sugar. I'm trying to give up sugar with all the heart problems I've been facing now. I'm just trying to drink less sugar. All right, guys. So again, dollar index is still moving up a little bit. You see Coca-Cola dip down a little bit. SPY down there as well. We can watch Mullen. Mullen is ripping up. I mean, it's at 62 cents. Let me see what the float is. Let me look at what the short float is. Let me look at what all this stuff is first before I talk about good or bad. All right, so the short float is getting there. Short float's at about 12 to 16%. The float's pretty large, though. So it's not like this is a small float stock. I mean, the float is 400 million. About 500 million outstanding shares. So it's not a small float stock. The float's fairly large here for Mullen. And so again, what I see here is short-term momentum, of course, and it's moving. I mean, it's at 62 cents. Let's see if it continues. So most of the earnings are actually out already. Coca-Cola dropped a beat. I believe GM dropped a beat as well. Yeah, GM beat. General Electric, UPS beat. So UPS had mixed results. Coca-Cola beats, GM beats. So we got better than expected results for most of these. Mullen up to 62 cents. I mean, it's still ripping. All right, guys. Mullen still up to 62 cents. Coca-Cola at 59.20s. Spy at 377.70s. All right, guys. Again, Mullen at 62.5 cents. Coca-Cola at 59s. Again, Mullen's still flying up, though, guys. I mean, look at Mullen is going. Yeah, I've seen their cars. Again, I'm skeptical of their. I'm skeptical of. I'm just skeptical, you know, of Mullen. And again, the reason I'm skeptical is because, frankly, it's showing signs of a company that's not doing well. It is again. Here's the long-term chart. So I mean, you know, and so again, anytime I see a stock like this, I'm immediately skeptical. Like sometimes you'll get this, right? Like so, a lot of the time with penny stocks, you'll get like big drops, small little pop, small little pop, small little pop, and then continue down. So a lot of the times these will get delisted as well, go to pig sheets. I'm not saying that's going to happen here, but it's certainly a possibility. All right, so 18 out of 30 economists expect Bank of England to hike rates by 75 basis points to 3% on November, while 12 expect more. Terminal bank rate seen at 4.25% in the quarter one of 2023, according to a Reuters poll here. And again, here's the poll if you want to check it out. Yeah, I know about their deal overseas. Yeah, BBIG. BBIG is another one of those penny stocks that people just get really, really behind. And then, you know, again, over the years, I've seen people yell at me for being skeptical, and I get it. Mullen ripping up. Look, like I said, it's at 64 cents. Um, and again, I mean, let me put this into perspective. There's certainly a chance that this goes crazy short term. Like maybe this thing can run up. The float's not tiny, but with how down it is over the last couple of days and the volume that it's now seeing, I think one thing that Mullen has is a following base. I think it's got a lot of followers and a lot of supporters. I think it's got a huge community of traders in Mullen because frankly, why does it have such a big community? Because its long-term chart looks like this, and you got when a lot of people get stuck, they turn into a club about the stock. Oh, greatest stock ever. It's like most of them are just down big. But regardless, it's got a big following of traders, right? And so I think short term, we could see a big pop. I think we could see a big move. Again, we look at this on a 1 minute chart. This thing could run up to $1 or more. It's certainly possible. That's not what I'm arguing here, though. What I'm arguing is Mullen's long-term success and what the odds of that are. And I think that's fairly low. I think they're fairly low. I think they could get bought out. I think that's best case scenario. I think that's something that the CEO would probably welcome also. All right, guys. So we're all pulling up. Mullen pulling back a little bit. Coca-Cola getting ready to break highs here. So Coke is breaking highs. Any big data today? Yeah, we got some data. What's up, Nick? Imagine buying a warranty from Mullen and not knowing if they will be there to repair it. Yeah. The CEO? Doesn't he dress like a LARPer? I got more of like an Elvis vibe from him. I got more of like an Elvis. Like I got like Elon mixed with Elvis, and then you get the Mullen CEO. Like that's the vibe I got from him. Um, all right, guys. Coca-Cola at 59.30s here. Again, we do have 63 cents right here from Mullen. So again, maybe it'll run up some. Spy itself is at 377 here. So we're watching that. Not a bad little rebound today. Again, we did get the Reuters poll stating the data that you can see below us here. Might be interesting. But yeah, that's kind of what we got going on today. Let me know what you guys are doing. It's a peaceful. What prognosis for KO after the earnings? Well, KO did good. It raised their guidance. It beat EPS estimates. It beat sales revenue estimates, and it raised their guidance. Like I said, so I mean, all pretty good signs for Coca-Cola here. So pretty good signs for Coca-Cola all around, I would say. Again, good signs. Mullen testing highs again. Look at the SPY rip. So the SPY's actually starting to rebound as well today. Yeah, regardless of how fast they are, though, Daniel, it's kind of one of those things. Give me the best exit strategy on a winning trade. I'm going to preface everything I'm going to say, Nick, with I have no idea what I'm doing. Please don't copy me. Not an investment professional, not liable. If you lose, always make your own assessment. Trade responsibly. Don't sue me. No idea what I'm talking about. Okay, I'm going to preface everything I'm about to say with that. But when I'm up big at anything, number one, what I generally do is I take at least half of the position off. Right. So if I'm up 100% in something, I take half of the position off. Right. Sometimes more. Sometimes I'll take 75% of it off. If I have 100 shares, I'll take 75 shares off. I'll sit on 25 shares. That way, if it goes against me, I'm protected. I'm not going to lose, and I'm still going to make money no matter what. But if it continues to go in my direction, I'm still holding on to a piece of it just in case it does. That way I can capitalize on both sides, where if it goes against me, I'm protected. But if it goes in my favor, I still hold a little piece of it. Right? That's a very common thing that I do. I do that anytime I'm in a trade and I'm up decent in it. I do that with every trade I'm in. Now you can do one and done. You can get in and out fully without scaling out. That's fine. And sometimes that's the better move. It depends on what kind of trader you are. Every trader is a little different in that regard, I think. John, what happened to your background overlay? What do you mean, Chris? I could do this. I could do this. I can change it however I want. I could go like this and just disappear. I can put myself big like that. If it's good enough to screenshot, it's good enough to close the position. 100%, man. Absolutely agree. Yeah, but I mean, listen, a Tesla is going to beat a Ferrari. Most modern cars, especially if they're designed for speed, are going to beat a Ferrari. Like the Toyota Supra. In Fast and Furious, the orange Toyota Supra twin turbo beat a Ferrari. Okay, most brands, most new brands are going to beat a Ferrari nowadays. Ferraris they're designed for speed. Like you want to go fast in them, but what they're really designed for is handling. Like they're track cars, right? So what they're really designed for is handling. Good brakes, good handling. It's fast, powerful motors, but they're not. And when it comes to drag racing, Ferraris have never been the end all be all. Yeah. Yeah, all good, man. Thought you used to have your channel logo in the background on your stream. No. Yeah, I don't think I ever had the BT logo in the background. Again, Coca-Cola up there at 59.30. SPY popped over previous close though. So I mean, over the volume weighted average price. We'll see if we actually hold here. Yeah, I'm not buying Mullen. Yeah, Kate. I live my life a quarter mile at a time. But no, yeah, I'm not buying Mullen. And again, I'll tell you why. Mullen is just too unknown. Right now, it's already up, 100% over the last like week. All right, so number one, in terms of extension, it's up there. Number two, in terms of just regular health of the company long term, I'm just skeptical. It's gonna be for me unless it's a very quick short term swing trade from an overextended drop short term. I'm just not gonna buy up any of these up and coming EV brands, uh, to hold. I'm not holding any of these overnight. There's just too much risk. Offerings could happen. They could hit you with an offering. They could sell shares, dilute their company, and just destroy any short-term position holders. They can do a lot of stuff with this. And so, in terms of risking my account in equity, I'm just not going to mess with it. It might make money. Maybe it continues and goes up. Again, swing trading penny stocks is not. It's not my style. It's not my back, baby. In Austin Powers' voice. It's just not what I do. I just don't like doing it. Again, a large majority of penny stocks fail, and so I'm just not trying to mess with that. Yeah. Kathy Woods bought more Coin, Hood, and SQ. I mean, maybe Robinhood. I could, as much as people hate Robinhood, I could kind of see how a dip buy here might make sense, right? They put out their pro platform, which again, I'm still not convinced they weren't listening to my stream for the last 6 months. Again, something I've been very outspoken about, really for the last like year, has been, hey, Robinhood needs a pro platform. The fact that they did not have a pro platform at this point in time, where you can customize indicators, trade, in a professional way outside of their basic platform, was ridiculous, considering that they've been around longer than Webull. They've been around longer than a lot of these other companies. Maybe I'm hearing things. I don't know. Thing about Mullen is like, how did they just come up with all this IGO inventory? Yeah, November 2nd. Hey, big day next week, guys. November 2nd next week. It's the Fed FOMC rate hike decision and meeting. Big day. We will be streaming that live as we always do, of course. How do you think Google will do today with earnings? I don't know, man. I hope they do well. I like Google as a company. All right, guys. Again, I could understand and maybe a dip buy here in Hood. Again, what I could understand about it is that they're so cheap right now. Maybe there's some optimistic things. And again, I'm not saying I want that to happen. I don't really trade on Robinhood like that. I could just understand how it could happen. Again, Mullen's trying. Coca-Cola pulling back a little bit here. Again, we do have some economic data getting released today. Specifically, we've got the house price index dropping. We got the Red Book dropping. Red Book is a sales weighted year over year same store sale growth in a sample of large U.S. general merchandise retailers. Higher numbers seen as positive for the U.S. dollar, which would be negative right now. House price index drops today year over year. Last time was 13.9%. It is a broad measure of movement of single family house prices with mortgage backed by Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. It helps to analyze strength of the housing market. Again, so higher is better for housing market, lower is worse for housing market. Last time it was 13.9%. The house price index month over month, again, is a broad measure. That last time was minus 0.6% during the last reading, minus 0.6%. The house price index is a measure designed to capture change in the value of single family homes in the U.S., right? So that drops at 9 a.m. this morning. At 9 a.m. this morning, it's published using Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac data. It's a statistic designed to reflect the average change of house prices across the country. And so those data drop today. Specifically today, that data comes out. Again, last time was 395.20. We also have the S&P CS HPI composite. The house price index is a statistic designed to reflect the average change. So this is a Standard & Poor's HPI composite, house price index composite. Expectations are for minus 0.5%, for the 20 SA. So again, we got some housing data come out. We also have consumer confidence dropping at 10 a.m. today. Consumer confidence drops at 10 a.m. today, and it will be relevant. It measures the level of confidence we have in the economy. When consumers are optimistic, they tend to spend more, which increases consumption and overall economic growth. Again, this is something where we want to see it down, I guess, because again, less consumer confidence means lower inflation. It means less people spend, in turn, lower inflation. So again, that's kind of what we're looking at here. So earnings are already out today. So we already had a bunch of earnings drop today. And again, specifically, we can go over those now. General Motors dropped a EPS beat and a sales beat. General Electric saw 2022 cash flow about $4.5 billion. UPS showed third quarter EPS beat and a sales miss. Reaffirmed fiscal year guidance. So kind of mixed in terms of UPS data here. A little bit mixed in terms of UPS data. Again, we had Coca-Cola drop better than expected EPS and sales revenue and raise their fiscal year guidance. And so again, we had GM post a EPS beat and a sales beat as well. And so again, that's kind of the earnings we had today. This evening, we've got Google and Microsoft earnings this evening. So Google and Microsoft earnings come out today as well. Those will be very relevant to markets and very interesting to pay attention to. And we're going to be streaming those live here as we always do. Right here. We also had some other echo stuff come out today. A Reuters poll saw 18 out of 30 economists expect the Bank of England to hike rates 75 basis points to 3% in November. 12 expect more. Terminal bank rate is seen at 4.25% in the first quarter of 23. And so again, we'll see. Regardless of what the Bank of England does, how much do you think we're going to raise rates in our next Fed meeting, which is November 2nd? It's next Wednesday, and about a week from now. Yeah, the FOMC calendar. I got you, Alec. Hold on one second, bro. Here, this is what you want to look at. If you want to see, basically, here is the rate hike calendar. Like, so this is the calendar that tells you what rate hike, when the next rate hike, Fed minutes, and press conferences are going to be. If you want to just see general Fed meetings, you want to just look at the broad Fed Reserve calendar here, which again, right now. Today we have nothing really go on today. Tomorrow we don't really have anything bid in terms of Fed, until next Wednesday, which is again the Fed meeting. But if you wanted to see general Fed speeches, here's that link right here. The next rate hike decision is going to be November 2nd, and so which is next Wednesday. Yeah, all good. All right, guys. Mullen, pull it back some. Guys, we're at 64 cents. 64 cents. Again, I don't know if we have any other big earnings dropping this morning. We got some big ones this evening, and we are going to stream this evening ones. But I think everything's kind of out already for earnings this morning. Again, we can. I'll give you. Here's a snapshot of Earnings Whisper. If you guys want to see kind of what's going on in terms of earnings, these are basically all the earnings that dropped today with their results. And so again, here's the earnings reports for today. Again, you can see UPS. This is EPS, right? So here's EPS, and then here's sales revenue. Man, my S is looking a little funky. We'll fix that. Right, so there's sales revenue. Here's EPS, right? So UPS beat on sales revenue, missed on, or beat on EPS, missed on sales revenue. Coca-Cola beat on EPS, beat on sales revenue. GM beat on EPS, beat on sales revenue. Cleveland Cliffs missed on both fronts here. Halliburton beat on EPS, beat on sales revenue. GE missed on EPS, beat on sales revenue. 3M beat on EPS, missed on sales revenue. JetBlue did the same and missed on EPS, beat on sales revenue. Valero beat on EPS, missed on sales revenue. Raytheon beat on EPS, missed on sales revenue. This one beat on both fronts. This one had two beats on the EPS and sales revenue. Kimberly-Clark missed on EPS, beat on sales revenue. CNC beat on EPS and sales revenue. Same. This one beat on EPS, missed on sales revenue. Broke even for Corning on EPS, missed on sales revenue. Sherwin-Williams, Biogen, and UPS all had beats on both metrics on EPS and sales revenue. TransUnion beat on EPS, missed on sales revenue. And yeah, that's basically all the big ones. Polaris beat on both metrics here as well. So again, on average, we had mostly beats, a few mixed. We didn't have anything that missed on both fronts. So nothing missed except for PHM was the only company that missed on both metrics here. But for the rest of this, we actually came in pretty solid, I would say, pretty bullish in terms of earnings today. That's essentially what we got. But yeah, pretty bullish overall. Yeah, Mullen pulling back a little bit. It's at 63 cents now. All right, Coca-Cola is still doing pretty solid here. Pretty solid. SPY is back over the previous closing price here. I do kind of like it, but again, I don't know what we're gonna get. I did like the earnings report. We might actually buy a small dip in the SPY here today. Uh, we're gonna buy 25 shares. Just let that chill here. We start to break down, we'll cut it, but we'll buy that little dip and let that relax. Again, our Snapchat trade did great yesterday as well. What approximately price do you expect UPS to be trading at this week? Ooh, I have no idea what UPS is going to do, brother. Yeah, Omar, if you're saying you're taking the opposing trades to me consistently, I mean, like I said, bro, you can do it, but long term, you're going to be competing against this graph, sir. And so, do you, man? But yeah, like I said, you're gonna be competing against that graph long term. And we did end green yesterday. Here's the P&L yesterday. So we did actually end green. Now, if you're taking you don't like this current position on the SPY, that's fine. It's all good. Thoughts on BBBY at 430 accumulation spot? I don't know, man. I think Bed Bath and Beyond is just. Listen, I've gone in there twice. All right, Bed Bath and Beyond is right next to Best Buy, where I live. Right, and I've gone in there twice over the last 2 months, maybe 3 times. And every single time, it's dead empty. Every single time, there's just nobody there. There's just nobody there, man. Nobody's there. Completely empty store. I think Amazon is just destroying Bed Bath & Beyond. I just don't think there's any real argument long-term for Bed Bath & Beyond. I think it was a short squeeze that happened because a big-time investor took a position and took position in them. And I just am incredibly skeptical of BBBY moving forward. Unless some other big investor buys it, I just think it's in trouble. I think it's probably on its way out. Yeah, the opposite. Like I said, people could try to trade against me. Again, I mean, like I said, man, we're not the perfect trader. We've had a couple losing days the last week. But again, here's this month in October. Here's last month. And so, like, our graph's pretty green. Again, we've been in a little slump last couple days. But again, I talked about it today. We're going to ban anybody that is critical of me after the open. So I'm going to put that warning up there. It's very difficult to trade live. It's even more difficult when you feel like people are throwing peanuts at you. You know what I mean? So it's like I'm not trying to. I'll put up a fair warning disclaimer when I trade today. But yeah, if people get super critical of me after the open, I'm gonna ban them. You got to do what you got to do. I gotta, I'm gonna need peace after the open. Yeah, for sure. Amazon destroys a lot of businesses. I think the problem is like, did you guys see what Amazon's plans were? Yeah, for sure. Did you see what Amazon's plans were? Amazon's plans looked crazy, bro. And I think it probably would work. What Amazon is considering doing in the future, like what they saw their future as, is that they're going to get floating warehouses in the sky, right? And through these floating warehouses in the sky, they're going to have drones. They're going to have little latch doors at the bottom, and drones are just going to fly out of their doors at the bottom of the floating warehouse and just fly to people's doorsteps and drop packages off. That's what they see the future as. And it kind of makes sense. Like, it kind of makes sense. Like, you get like a floating blimp warehouse or something like that. Just a big floating warehouse, the bottom door, like you get it to just send out packages. Drones are going to deliver the packages, so you can kind of go from area to area, aerially. And just kind of drop packages off. It made sense, bro. It did kind of make sense, man. Yeah. But like that's what they're considering doing, man. And again, it kind of makes sense. I don't know if they're gonna do it, but like I think I saw it on Twitter. I think it was Twitter that I saw. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, here it is. Look, I am going to. I am going to retweet it on Twitter. And so, again, if you want to see what I just posted about Amazon's future, follow me on Twitter. Here's my Twitter link. Go follow me on Twitter. It's at my Twitter page. I just retweeted it. Follow me on Twitter. Give your boy a follow. We appreciate you all. But yeah, I just posted it on Twitter. If you guys want to see what I'm referencing in terms of Amazon's future, I just retweeted it on Twitter. Y'all go check it out. But that is basically what they're planning on doing. And it kind of makes sense. Kind of like a hive is what it is. Again, it kind of makes sense. We might have to cut the SPY trade. Like I said, we just got in 25 shares. We were hoping it would hold the VWAP. Underneath the VWAP here, it's just a little bit risky. So I'm just going to cut it and just take our little baby loss. And then congrats, Omar. Omar, if you took the opposing trade there, congrats, bro. You made money. Like I said, though, to understand my trading style, I take little feeler trades, right? And then once I get green, then I'll add a little bit more to it. And so it gets to the thing where I'm not really trading large unless I'm green, and so if we take feeler trades and we lose, then we just try to shut it down for the day. Yeah, all good, Omar. Like I said, bro, it's all good. Congrats if you made it. Again, I'm not knocking you for it, dude. My pre-market trading is suspect anyway, like I don't want people to copy me, but y'all probably really shouldn't copy me in pre-market. After the open, I don't know. I still don't want you to copy me, but yeah, definitely not in pre-market. GCT bag. What is GCT here? Mullen bouncing around VWAP. Yeah, but bro, this is just an obscure penny stock, dude. It's just risky, man. I don't buy the dip in anything like this. The only big dip I'm buying is like companies that I think are justifiably safe for future holding. Um, the sketchiest trades I'll get involved with are like Snapchat, and I'm buying just a couple hundred shares of Snapchat, and I took some profit off yesterday anyway. Yeah, I mean, I into green yesterday though. Like I did in green yesterday. Like, look, again, as soon as I turn the stream off, I think Pawn understands me there too. Like as soon as I turn the stream off, uh, I can get myself back to green. You know, but whenever I'm in a funk of trading, like people, you have little losing streaks sometimes, and it's inevitable. It happens. But whenever you're in a funk, you certainly don't want to. You don't want the chat criticizing. You know what I mean? And so it's like, it kind of gets to this mode where you kind of got to just zone out of the chat is what I try to do. Uh, but it's hard to. And so again, like I said, we're pretty solid in terms of our long term graph. I think we need to trade larger though. I do need to scale up my size some. I think that's something I certainly need to do. But all good. We'll figure it out. Yeah, I'm not sure, DK. I don't know how they would get that done. Like I said, I'm really not sure. Hey, shout out to thanks for the follow, Lope. Again, y'all give me a follow on Twitter if you haven't already. Again, we posted the Amazon future thing. Basically, floating warehouses and airships plus drones. Hey, shout out to Matthew. Thank you for the follow, man. Looks like get out of the SPY was the right move, I think. There's Coca-Cola. Move it up to 59.20s. I think if we have positive earnings, the market is going to fall. It's still going to fall Wednesday after they open. People will sell their calls, and it will be an inverse of what happened 2 weeks ago with the CPI report. Are you talking about next Wednesday, Charlie, or this Wednesday? I mean, for swings, you could do the opposite, but to do the opposite of a scalper is not so smart. Yeah, I mean, do you mean swing trades, or do you mean just larger swings? I just need to scale up my size a little bit. Like what I really need to do, like where I've really been running into trouble is like the first 30 minutes of every day has been just crappy. Like yesterday, this was the first 30 minutes. Like it was just crappy trading. There's not really any good favorable activity. The same thing the day before. Day before that, again, first like 15 minutes were just garbage. Same thing with the day before that. First 15 minutes were just garbage. And so again, my problem is that I'm trading a little bit early. And again, I got to give myself a rule today. I got to wait 15 minutes after the bell to trade. It's something I just got to do. Yeah, for sure. I also, like I said, I've had those heart stuff, like those heart problems go on over the last like 4 or 5 days. And so I do think those are impacting like my mental, like my mental resiliency, I would say, in trading. With the heart stuff going on and me being nervous about that, and I'm not trying to make excuses, but they've certainly made me a little bit more. I don't know if reactionary is the right move, but reactive maybe. But like I said, I'm pretty sure I'm okay with my heart. I'm pretty sure my heart's fine. Not 100% sure. I'm pretty sure if something was wrong, that they would have been called me already. So Adidas officially terminated the partnership with Kanye. Wow. So is that there's not going to be any more Yeezys? Is that what that means? All right, guys. Mullen's still consolidating, kind of chopping down. WhatsApp apparently is down, but does anybody even use WhatsApp anymore? Again, I've seen, again, as a social media guy, I use apps like WhatsApp to speak with my sponsors and affiliates, right? And so I've seen kind of the resurgence of, or I've seen the come up of a lot of these new app programs. I didn't think people even use WhatsApp. Like, I haven't used WhatsApp in years. Again, mostly I use Telegram now. I think Telegram's the biggest one now. I don't even think people use WhatsApp anymore. And I think that's bad for Facebook because they bought WhatsApp for big money. But Telegram just popped up, and people just chose to use that more. So I didn't even know if people even still use WhatsApp like that anymore. Mullen moving up. SPY looking weak on this rejection here. Yeah, I mean, I'm not 100% sure. I'm asking you guys, do people still use WhatsApp anymore? From my experience, from my own personal experience, I don't use it anymore. Uh, but yeah, I think there's so many scammers on WhatsApp. Yeah, for sure. And Cow. Yeah, me too, Bobby. Good luck with that, bro. So I don't think there's any more earnings coming out pre-bell. They've got some earnings that come out next week. Um, all right, so Telegram is actually a Russian company. Yeah, I didn't know that about Telegram. Interesting. All right, guys, it's almost 8 a.m. Again, looking at data that comes out, I don't think we have anything big coming out today at 8 a.m. We do have data coming out that's big, but I don't think anything big comes out at 8. We got Brazilian CPI, so in Brazilian inflation data. We'll see if we get any impact from this. Market's starting to break down, though, here. So market's starting to break down pretty sizable. But yeah, so again, about 3 minutes before we have the Brazilian mid-month CPI dropping, which is inflationary data. Mullen's starting to move back up. We got Coca-Cola on the left at 59.20s. SPY still breaking down pretty big. It's down at 377.60s. Google earnings are this evening, guys. So again, be sure to subscribe. We cover all the major economic releases and earnings reports here. We stream the entire earnings call as well, and we will be doing that this evening today. So y'all be ready. When is Meta earnings here? What do we? All right, so we have Google earnings today. Tomorrow we got Boeing in the morning, Meta in the evening. So that'll be big. And then we have, so we got Google today, Meta tomorrow. Thursday in the morning, we've got like Shopify, Caterpillar, McDonald's, MasterCard, Southwest, Merck. And then again, Thursday, we've got Apple and Amazon earnings. So Apple and Amazon earnings. So those will be big too. Yeah, so again, we got Apple earnings that we're going to be covering. Again, Coca-Cola, we've got up at 59.20s here. Mullen, we're at 64 cents. Coca-Cola still moving up. SPY's starting to break down here, testing these lows levels. So again, we'll see if we actually hold. Yeah, so today we got consumer confidence at 10 a.m. Again, Brazilian CPI drops pretty soon, sometime in the next like 20 seconds or so, give or take. We got Red Book today in about an hour. We got the house price index. So basically, how the real estate market is doing drops at 9 o'clock today. So I'll be ready for that as well. PCE is not coming out today. Puts on Meta. What do you guys think about Meta? Looking at our poll here, we got about 500 votes. SPY breaking down here. So market looking weak. Coca-Cola pulling back to 59. Looking at our poll here, we said bullish or bearish on today's big earnings report. Most of them were actually positive here. We got 66% saying bullish, 34% saying bearish. As the market breaks down some here, so the market's breaking down. It's at 377.40s. Looking weak. Looking weak. It's 8 a.m. right now, guys, so it is 8 a.m. And we do have some breakdowns. There's a SPY at 377. Mullen dipping down to 63 cents. Again, guys, remember, we are sponsored by Topstep, and what Topstep does, and again, here's my progress so far on Topstep, right? What Topstep does is Topstep gives traders a way to get funded in the futures market. And remember, there's no PDT in futures. Here's my P&L in the last week. So we are down, decent over the last week. We're down about $500 in the last 7 days. So far, though, we're doing pretty well this month. So we are doing pretty well. Still up about 1,100 for October. Last month total, you can see our gains here over the last month. So we're still doing pretty well. But Topstep, what they do is they give you an option to trade with no PDT restrictions in the futures market. So Topstep is a funded account program. Here's the E-mini, right? And if you look at these two here, here's the SPY on the right, and here's the E-mini on the left. You'll notice something, which is that this is the same price action. Big move up, big drop, big move up, big drops, right? So this is the same price action. And you can trade this middle side here with no PDT restrictions in futures. You can day trade this as much as you want. Even if you look at Apple, for instance, right? Let's look at Apple. You'll see it looks exactly the same. Like, look at this, right? So here's Apple. Big drop, big move up, big drop, big move up, big drop, right? So they all look the same, and you can trade this middle side here with no PDT restrictions. It's one of the ways you get around the PDT rule in the futures market, and you get around those PDT restrictions. What Topstep does is Topstep funds traders in the futures market. And so they give you a demo, and it's a challenge. They give you a demo. If you can hit the target on their demo while following their rules and conditions and pass both phase 1 and phase 2, then they fund you between 50 up to 150,000 with a 90% split. And this is the most legit funded account program in the world. They're who everybody else copies off of. They fund thousands of traders, and they pay out millions of dollars every year in withdrawals from their funded traders. And I think this is a good option to get around the PDT rule. And I think it's a good option if you want to try the futures market out. Again, there's no PDT in futures, and a lot of traders are going to want to try it out. But you can put up 10K yourself and risk thousands of dollars yourself. You put up 10K, the futures market can go against you very, very fast. Or you could try out one of these funded account programs, have a little bit of pressure on you to succeed, but not the full extent of a live account where you're risking thousands. The base one, if you use my link, you get 20% off. I'm certainly biased in their favor. Because they are a sponsor of my video, so I'm certainly biased in their favor. But again, I think it's a good option if you want to get your feet wet in the futures market without risking a lot. The base one's only 130 something a month if you use my link, and they legitimately fund traders. They've been around for over a decade. So you can check it out. There's the link. What size account do you suggest to start with? Well, I think there's two trains of thought that you can look at in that regard. There's two trains of thought. Okay, the first one is like, okay, you could start the smallest, right? Risk the least, right? The base package is, if you use my link, it's only about 130 something a month. I think it's like 132 bucks a month, right? The top package, but it's only going to give you 50K in buying power. Your max loss per day is going to be about $1,000. Your total max loss is about $2,000. And so you have to make $3,000 in profit without losing over 2K, basically, which is a pretty reasonable ratio. You got to make 3 without losing over 2. right? Not a bad ratio there. People are like, oh, Topstep, but that's a good ratio in my opinion. Like that's a reasonable ratio. Like they're legitimately funding you. Having to hit 3K in profit without losing over 2K is reasonable, I think. And so again, that one's about 130 something a month. The other one is 375. Right. So the other one's noticeably more expensive, but it's the 150K one. Your max loss per day is like $3,000. So you're going to get a lot more room. If you use my link, it is going to be about $300. Right. So, it's all personal preference. If you have the money, great. If not, do your thing. It doesn't matter. And again, you can find that link in the chat right there if you want to check it out. Again, I am biased in their favor. I'll pin it to the top of the page if anybody wants to check it. Again, SPY break it down. John, what stops people from doing large trades in Topstep? Well, you can't just YOLO your account and try to get funded. 40%, I think it's like 40%. Be sure to check the rules, but I think it's like 40% of your gains can't come from one specific trade or day, I think. Right? So they're going to make sure that you have like they're not going to allow you to just kind of YOLO it, get funded and then YOLO your account, right? And risk their money. And so they're going to make sure you're actually profitable, not lucky, right? So again, I think it's like 40% of your profit can't come from one trade, and so you need to spread it out over multiple trades, right? And if you look at my stats, for instance, here, again, this is my graph. My stats, these are multiple trades. So again, this is a lot of trades spread out to where we're up about $1,000, over the last 30 days or so, give or take. SPY break it down here. It's at 377s, and there's a lot of different platforms you could use. But yeah, SPY break it down here. We're at 377s. Looking weak. SPY testing these lows of the day here at 377s now. Market's starting to break down here. Will it hold down or will it rebound here, team? Let me know what you guys think. Yeah, I don't have that, Melissa. That's not what I have. I have what's called a right bundle branch block. But I don't know. They say for endurance athletes that a right bundle branch block is more common, and it doesn't necessarily mean bad. Like it's not necessarily bad. They say with endurance athletes that some of them just naturally form that because it's their heart basically compensating for the extra endurance that you're having, right? And I've ran track and cross country in school. I've long distance run heavily over my life, right? And so maybe that's what it is. Hopefully that's what it is. But my blood test came back and they were negative with everything. So my blood test was completely normal. Still waiting on my echocardiogram. And, I also did a calcium test. So I also did a calcium. It's called an ECBT calcium score test. I did that. The doctor hasn't reviewed it, but I got the CD from them and I looked up how to interpret it. Basically, if you see white on your heart, anywhere around your heart, then that signifies calcium in your heart. So I looked it up myself. I made sure to get the record myself and look it up on my computer. And from what I see, again, and I'm not a doctor, of course, I'm not sure I'm interpreting it correctly, but I'm pretty sure I am. When I looked everywhere around my heart, there were no white calcium deposits anywhere. So I'm pretty sure I'm okay. Pretty sure, but not 100%, of course. Mullen breaking down below VWAP here. Mullen breaking down below VWAP. Yeah, I think I'll be okay, Melissa. I appreciate it. Which program do you sign up for, and do you have to pay a monthly fee? So I'm sponsored by them, Jay, and so they comp a lot of my stuff because I'm sponsored. Yeah, Dr. John. Hey, we try. We try. I'm pretty sure I'm at like I said. If we look at here, like if we look at a calcium score CT and you look at like the images, you can see, if you have calcium, um, you can see what it'll show up as, because it shows up as very white on the on the it comes up as very white on the CT scan, right? So it looks like this, right? And this is just pulled from Google. Mine looked like this. So mine looked like this. I didn't have any calcium around anything from my understanding. Like from what I interpreted, I didn't have anything like this. Mine basically looked like that. They sent me about 80 pictures. So I'm pretty sure I'm okay in terms of calcium. I don't think I have heart disease yet. I mean, I'm in my early 30s. It's unlikely that I do. But that's kind of what they were worried about. So, but I feel a lot better about it today. I'm pretty sure I'm okay. So they'll give you buying power, Sidemen. So what they do is, again, they give you a demo, right? So the base one's 50K, so they give you a 50K demo. The top one's 150K, which is what I'm in, which they give me a 150K demo. If I can hit their profit target while following their rules in that demo, then they fund me the same amount. So if I can hit the profit target on the base one and pass their phases, they fund me 50K. If I pass this one, they're going to fund me 150K. And again, if the futures market, you don't need more than that. Like if you've ever traded futures contracts, they go against you very, very, very fast. Very, very, very fast. And so you don't need more than, I would say, 5 contracts for anything. Like you buy 5 contracts of the E-mini, you're going to be up or down hundreds, if not thousands of dollars within a minute or two. If there's high volatility, it goes against you very quick. It can go in your direction really quick. And so again, you don't really need, that's one of the beautiful things about the market, is you don't really need that much buying power to trade the futures market. Now I don't recommend people just put up 10K themselves, because again, it can go against you very quickly. Because I think it's a good challenge that makes you a better trader, Meso. I mean, they're also a sponsor of my video, and so that should be self-evident. You know that, but I think it makes you a better trader, and I'm challenging myself. I do have 100-something thousand in buying power on TOS, for sure. Like I've got about 120,000 right now in buying power. It's about a $30,000 account on Thinkorswim. But I trade this account too. Like I trade this one now. I'm in a bunch of trades. You guys heard me. I bought Snapchat after their earnings. Made some money on that one yesterday. And again, I'm challenging myself in the combine, and they're a sponsor of me. So I mean, obviously, we're going to use them. What happens if you lose money with them? Well, it depends. So if you get eliminated, you just lose your, you can reset your account for a little bit cheaper than the monthly subscription, or you can wait for a new month and try it again then. But you're not at risk, right? So like you take their 50K count. I think they're going to give you risk parameters. Like they're gonna give you like a max risk. So if you start to lose over like whatever their risk is, they're going to just get you out of the trade. So you're not going to be able to like YOLO it. They're not going to allow you to risk their full 50,000. That wouldn't be good business. It wouldn't be smart on their part. You know what I mean? Like they're going to put restrictions there regardless. But again, what I'm excited about is like I know I can make money like this no matter what. Like I know I can make money like this no matter what. So once I'm funded, I'll be able to rinse and repeat these results very easily and just kind of build up stacks there. And that's what I'm excited about. Yeah, it's smarter, right? Exactly, Ephraim. It's smarter to risk theirs than yours, right? That's the people don't understand. Like people hate on Topstep, but it's like, dude, it's not going to be easy to get funded. Like they're not going to just be funding anybody out here that tries. Like you're going to have to prove to them that you're a good, talented trader, and if you do, they'll fund you. You know, but it's not going to be easy to do because they're legitimately funding you. Again, in my opinion, Topstep is the most legitimate funded account program in the world. And so in that regard, it's going to be difficult to get funded. Like it's not going to be easy. But I think regardless of whether you get funded or not, you have to look at it from the right perspective. If you could spend $130 a month for their base package or whatever it is, and it makes you a better trader, which it, in my opinion, certainly does. Like giving yourself rules to follow is necessary. Like teaching you how to follow rules, how to stay disciplined is super necessary. And again, if you guys want to know more information, just because I don't want to talk about it too much here, but if you want more information, check out this video, right? This is my video kind of reviewing Topstep, their rules, what you got to follow, all that good stuff. So here's kind of my video detailing those rules. Right. So here. Again, there is the link right there if you want to check it out. I'll pin that link to the top of the page. And so again, we're going to replace the pin message. Check out that link right there. It's kind of a review of Topstep. A little bit more detailed review. So again, all the questions, y'all can just go check those out. All right, guys, market's bouncing here. I might short the market a little bit. Again, don't copy me. Again, we're just kind of taking some feeler positions here. So we're going to short 25 shares on this little pop. See if we can get a little rejection short. Yeah, I don't know. I think the Astros are certainly going to win the World Series. It's one of the reasons I really want to go because I thought that there were better teams that didn't get to the World Series. Now, of course, anything can happen on any specific day in baseball, but I think the Astros are going to win the World Series. And I think it's good that they do. I just think they're the best team, clearly. They're obviously the best team out there right now. All right, we got that flush rejection here. We'll see if we break lows. We're shorting 25 shares. Yeah, Mullen's kind of consolidating back up. Apple's trying here. Here's Coca-Cola. UPS didn't really react a ton to their earnings report. It reacted a little bit. Here's Coca-Cola. It's at 59s right now, or give or take. What are you expecting for earnings? I hope positive earnings. I think a lot. I think if we're getting some foreshadowing of how stocks are doing in this earnings season, I think there is a chance that we get good earnings for Google and that, we get some bullish action today. Again, I think a lot of other stuff has posted positive results. Now, not a lot of tech stocks, but I think if I had to pick, again, you never know what's going to happen with earnings. So you never know 100%. Anything could happen. Maybe it's good, maybe it's bad. But if I had to guess, I would say we're probably going to get a bullish response to Google and earnings. Again, prefacing this, or I guess it's not prefacing it anymore, but I'm stating this. I have no idea what will happen. I might be wildly wrong. Please don't copy me. No idea what I'm talking about. Okay. But if I had to guess, it would be a bullish response to Google earnings. Let me know what you guys think. Good or bad? Meso, up to you, brother. Up to you, man. Like I said, check out the video review I did of them. Again, of course, I'm biased in their favor because they're a sponsor and they pay me, of course. So I'm certainly biased in their favor. But, again, check out the link pinned at the top of the chat. All right, guys. So SPY moving up a little bit. Again, I might short a little bit more now. We're going to take 50 shares here of the SPY, adding a little bit to our short position. While we're rebounding some, I think we tested the lows, and I think that's a pretty weak sign. Now, of course, we lose $20, $30, we'll just cut it and, come back to fight another day. And probably if we lose on this trade, we'll probably just wait until pre-market's over with and start taking some positions. Again, my rule today is I got to wait 15 minutes after the opening bell. So we got to wait 15 minutes after the open to trade. I'm not going to trade anymore. We're actually getting a run up against me. I will use 377.60 as my risk. It's just above 377.50. I think it's reasonable enough to use as a risk level here. I'm looking at Mullen, bro, but I don't think you're going to like what I got to say, Anthony. Again, the reality of it is Mullen, while it's doing good things short-term, long-term success of Mullen is very unlikely. The best case scenario for Mullen, in my opinion, is it gets bought out. I think it's got a huge following of traders that bought it here. You know, it's got a huge following of traders that bought it here. And as it continues to drop, now they're kind of perma bull bag holders, you know. And so, of course, you know, they're so desperate for it to rebound. Even though Mullen's up over 100% in the last week, a lot of them are still down big in it. And I've said this once and I'll say it again. The traders that are usually the biggest bulls in positions are bag holders, right? Like bag holders that are stuck from much higher levels are usually kind of perma bulls and something. The stocks that have the largest followings are usually stocks that have gone up and then went down against people very, very quickly, very, very quickly. And so in that regard, you know, it creates these huge communities of losing traders that are kind of, it's ripe with confirmation bias. You know, like if you're down thousands and thousands of dollars in a position, you know, you're going to be permeable. Oh, that's the best company ever. That's the best stock ever. It's going to go to the moon, you know, AMC GameStop. Now, with that said, you know, Mullen's up over 100% in the last 7 days. And so short term, you might get some momentum plays here. You know, that's certainly possible. We'll see. But for me personally here, it's just not something I'm buying up. I'm just not really buying this. Again, I'm too skeptical of the overall industry for up and coming niche EV brands long term to really want to buy this at all. You know, I just think there's too much risk. Now, maybe it runs up in momentum, maybe it gets up to a dollar a share or whatever, but I'm just skeptical. Yeah. This is my robe. So just remember, this is my robe and you stole it. Okay. Hey, Rosie baby. Rosie baby, come here. Here, it's all right. Here, just get her out of here. I don't. Hey, baby. That's a good girl. You're just a good dog, Rosie. You're so pretty. You are so pretty, Rosie. All right, we got Rosie in the house today. All right, but yeah, get her out of here.
Come on. Let's go.
You are so pretty, Rosie. Bye-bye, baby. All right. But yeah. All right, guys, it's 8:20. It's 8:20. Looking at economic data today. Again, Brazil came out with higher than expected month-over-month, mid-month CPI on both metrics. So Brazil came in higher than expected for mid-month CPI. They came in at 0.16% versus 0.05% expectations for mid-month, month-over-month. October CPI, they came in mid-month CPI year over year at 6.85%. And so higher than expected for CPI for Brazil. That's not good, of course. That's not good. Rosie is my dog. You want to see Rosie? I mean, I'm not going to bring her in here. It's too hard to bring her in here, but I'll show you guys a picture of Rosie. You guys want a picture of Rosie? Let me find her. Okay. It's going to take me a while to find this picture, so give me a second. We're going to find it. All right, looking for Rosie's picture, guys. We got it somewhere. Rosie is the prettiest dog in 3 states. There she is. That is just a pretty dog, bro. This is just a pretty dog, dude. This is Rosie right here. Look at that dog, bro. That is just a pretty dog right there, man. You know. Freaking great dog, too. Just amazing dog. Amazing dog. Look at Mullen start to dip here, but yeah, just a great dog. One of the best dogs I've ever had, for sure. All right, guys. Again, SPY dipping down a little bit. SPY dropping some. 425s for the SPY. Again, starting to break down here. We got 50 shares. Let's see if we run. Yeah, no. Rosie's big. Rosie's probably at 80 pounds. You know, he's a big dog. Great dog, though. Super well trained, super smart. I'm sorry to hear that, Rule. Yeah, top 3 dog for sure. SPY breaking down here, though, guys. Look at the SPY break down. Again, Mullen breaking down. Apple's not really breaking down either. Yeah, just kind of consolidating here. I'm looking to see if we get a flush. Ideally, what I'm looking for here on the SPY right now is I'm looking for a drop like this, of course. Like a lot of the time when we get these big downward moves to test lows, we get a bounce and then a continuation drop. That's essentially what I'm looking for here in this trade. That's why I took it. But again, time will tell. If it goes against me, it's all good. Pre-market trades are kind of like, eh. Yeah, she does. I mean, she stole my robe, but I mean, I'll allow it, I guess. Carol steals my robe, and so I just gotta mess with her a little bit every time she comes in here to get my robe. It's cold here in the morning, bro. My wife freezes the house out in the morning. It's so cold. You know, my wife has 2 fans on in our room, turns the AC down to like 68, and it's cold, man. So what's your earnings? Yeah, I'm trading micros and the regular E-mini sometimes, Lewis. So the earnings report, Elliot, is gonna be the earnings report for Google is gonna be this evening. All right, guys. So we're kind of consolidating here. Again, we're at 50 shares. I'm just looking to see if the SPY continues down. We got a bounce back up. We got a test of lows and then a bounce back up. Ideally, I'm looking for a drop back down here, and I'm trying to be patient with it. But if we lose, it's all good. It doesn't matter too much about it. Again, but I'm trying to be patient and wait for this. Hopefully, we get something good. But yeah, I'm telling you, if my heart calcium scan comes in like negative for any calcium, bro, I'm gonna go eat barbecue today. I've been eating straight salmon and baked chicken for the last like week. You know, I'm getting some brisket. If this doesn't work, if I don't have any calcium in my heart, I'm eating brisket today, or maybe not today, but tomorrow. All right, guys, Mullen popping up back up to 62 cents. Let's see if it actually holds. Apple at 149. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, West Side. Google and Microsoft are this evening. We're gonna be streaming those live today. Yeah. Hey, what's up, Christo? I'm applying for futures on TD today. What are the requirements? Oh man, if I remember correctly, you gotta have a margin account. I don't know what the requirements are. I remember I put the application in and they approved me within like an hour or two, I remember, for futures trading. But per the actual requirements, I'm not sure. I think you probably have to have at least a margin account of $2,000 or more. You probably have to be in certain risk parameters of money, I would think. But I'm not 100% sure. So earnings come out. Microsoft and Google earnings drop this evening at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That's when they come out, 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And so, again, we're going to stream those live right here. So, again, we're going to stream those live right here. We're going to stream those. We are also going to live stream the earnings call for Google as well. So, we are going to react and show you guys exactly what the earnings are as soon as they come out today on a live stream. Then we're going to stream the full Google earnings call right here. So you'll be able to listen to the entire earnings call right here as soon as it happens. Watch the stock's reaction to it, all that good stuff, completely free right here at Beginner Trading. And so because of that, we are going to put it in sub-only mode, guys. Show support for the channel. We do give everything away for free, and we appreciate the love and support. Announce yourself. Show us that you're subscribed. We just put it in sub-only mode, so announce yourself. Show us that you're supportive. Show us that you're subscribed, guys. We really appreciate it. Again, we drop all this major economic data for free. If you want to get it emailed to you, listen, if you want to get it emailed to you through a newsletter, like the actual earnings stream, join this list here, guys. Join this list, completely free to become a member. Join this list if you want it actually emailed to you, the stream and the earnings report stuff. If you want it emailed to you, join that list. We are going to be sending that out every big earnings release or economic stream. We send out and alert people, completely free to join, become a membership. It's just a newsletter. We got hundreds of people in there. So again, join that newsletter. We appreciate you all. And yeah, we'll see if we get something good. Mullen trying to pop up. Hey, thank you, Diamond. Yeah. Hey, shout out to Call Me Sledge. Hey, Diamond, Tilly, Ricky, Angelica, Hill, Melissa, Ricardo. Hey, thank you guys. We appreciate it. Wolf of Jersey, my guy. Thank you, bro. SJ, DS. Thank you, team. Great channel, always has been. Hey, thank you, Stans. We appreciate you. Ricardo, my guy. All right, guys. So we're in the SPY here. Let's see if it holds. We're in the SPY. Let's see if it actually holds the support level or not. Ideally, I'd like to see a breakdown. We have this 377.50 level that I'm kind of watching here. I'd like to see it reject. If we break over that, I'll probably cut it. Hey, what's up, Rich? UD. Yeah, top 3 for sure. Hey, what's up, Rescue? Thank you, brother. I appreciate you. What's up, AJ? What's up, JT? Thank you, team. Like I said, we got some rules for today's trading for sure. We're not going to be trading in that first 10 to 15 minutes. I'm going to make it 10 minutes. 15 minutes might be a little bit too long, but I'm going to make it 10 minutes. I'm not allowed to trade in that first 10 minutes. Again, SPY at 377.30s. 377.30s. Hey, thank you, Besso. Will you exit all positions before the open? Depends on which positions. Any position like this, yeah, for sure, 100%. I'm going to exit this before the open. I'll probably get out of this before 9 a.m. market time. Yeah, what's up, Cheeky? Hey, what's up, Carlos? Google's today, Carlos. Yeah, we're going to be streaming it today. Like I said, if I had to guess a direction, I'm going to guess on the upside. I'm going to guess a bullish reaction. Again, just by taking into consideration all the earnings that have dropped over the last 3 days as well. Most of them have been positive. And so I think Google is kind of like a universal stock in that regard where it affects a lot of different things. And I think because of that, if I had to pick a direction to guess on, it would be a bullish direction. Now, with that said, you know, I have no idea what I'm talking about. And maybe I'm just wildly wrong and maybe it just dumps against me very, very fast. I don't know. But if I had to pick a direction for Google, I'm going to bet up today. We'll see. The earnings reports today at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 4 p.m. We're going to be streaming today, though. So, again, join that newsletter. You'll get an update on again, join the newsletter. You'll get an update on you'll get an emailed list sent to you when the earnings report is about to start. All right, guys. SPY break it down here. Again, we got 50 shares. We're watching that 377.50 level. Mullen consolidating kind of sideways. Does look like a flag potential pattern here. So this does look like a flag pattern. So let me show you. Here is that flag looking pattern here. Could be called a triangle. Could be called a flag. So KO's already dropped, Pampu. So you're late for Coca-Cola, brother. Here's the Coca-Cola numbers. It's right there. Moving forward today, we do have echo data coming out. We specifically have the Red Book dropping in about 20 minutes. In about 30 minutes or so, we've got the House Price Index, HPI Composite. And then at 10 a.m., we have consumer confidence dropping today. So we got some stuff happening, but nothing major. Again, I do like the way the SPY trade looks, to be honest here. I do like the way the SPY trade looks. Now, as long as we can hold under 377.50, I'll be more optimistic in this. Very sideways day, though. Again, we do have Google earnings today, which are going to be wildly influential. We also have Microsoft here. So here's Google right here. Google is currently sitting at 103s. If we look at the yearly chart, Google's pretty extended on the downside, in my humble subjective opinion. Again, Google's pretty down. And so, in that regard, I think we'll probably get a bull response to Google earnings today. We also have Microsoft. Now, again, it's certainly possible that I'm just wildly wrong here and Google tanks and Microsoft tanks. That could happen, of course. I don't know. I don't think it will, but it might. And you never really know. With earnings reports, it's kind of a coin flip a lot of the time. I think both Microsoft and Google are very extended, along with the broader market on the downside. You can see they look very, very similar. And so, again, you can see they're pretty extended on the downside here. And again, let me know what you guys think we're going to get for all this today. Again, we do have Google earnings this evening. We're going to be streaming those as we do. So this is the SPY, and this is Mullen in the middle. We can look at the dollar index right here. Here's the dollar index right here. Dollar index is down big, which I love to see. This is precisely what we want to see for the dollar index. We'd love to see it down like this. This is exactly what we want. I don't know, Melissa. I really don't know. I don't like betting on anything pre-earnings. And so I really don't like betting on anything pre-earnings. So it's kind of one of those things where, you know, where or when to buy Google, I really have no idea. Again, it's not really one of those stocks that I really like taking a position. I don't like taking any positions pre-earnings. Dollar index is falling down, and you can see the SPY move up a little bit. Again, dollar index just dropped big here. Look at this. So again, this might be time to signal an exit here and just, well, wait, I'm going to go to the bathroom. And so I'm going to cut this so I can go to the restroom peacefully. You know what I mean? So we're going to get out there. Look at the dollar index fall here. So that's a great sign for stocks. That means the market's moving up. I'll be right back. I'm going to run to the restroom here. But yeah, you got the dollar index falling down big. Coca-Cola did drop earnings. You can read them right at the bottom here. But again, I'll be right back, guys. I'll be right back. All right, guys, we're back. Yeah, again, Google earnings might be positive. It looks like my SPY trade actually would have worked, but like I said, I kind of had to go to the restroom. I didn't feel like leaving it up, and stop losses aren't really reliable. So I'll take the little baby loss and then just wait for the open to trade. Market looks weak though. Looks good. It looks good. I hope you guys are making some money. Dollar index rebounded pretty fast here too. Thoughts on Google? Like I said, I think Google might have. Oh wait, I got the SPY up twice here. Here's Google. I think Google might have some good responses here. Again, just based off of what everything else is doing. I think we might get some positive reactions just based off of what everything else is doing. Everything else had good numbers. I think Google's down big over the last couple of days. Oh man, my short would have worked here, but again, it's a little bitty trade. I'm down like $20 in pre-market, like $10 on that trade, and I just didn't like the risk of holding it while I went to the restroom. I mean, I can make it larger here. This should be easier to see right there, if that's better. Dollar index starting to move up here. SPY testing lows again. Another way that I've been trading in pre-market, and I've been finding a really cool way to trade. Aren't I already in the pro platform? No, fair enough. TradingView's got a nice little deal. All right. Anyways, to go back to TradingView here, this is how I've been using it. I've actually gotten a lot more comfortable with TradingView here. And again, this is the way I think you got to look at it. Okay, so like, look how useful these indicator services are. And they're actually pretty accurate. I mean, they're not 100%, of course. But like, if you look at this in hindsight here, like, these are pretty accurate. Let's look at all these and just kind of tally up all these here. Now, number one, I'm using an indicator service called Chart Prime. This is the SPY right here. You could really trade whatever you want on this. You could trade crypto, you could trade futures, you could trade stocks, you could trade the SPY here. Like, look how accurate this is. All right, possible reversal down, drop, right? So this one was accurate. It automatically documents support or resistance as well. Possible reversal up, bounce. Possible reversal up. This one was a little bit wrong. Bear engulfing, drop. Possible reversal down, drop. Possible reversal down, drop. This one was wrong. Possible reversal down, drop. Possible reversal down. It literally picked the exact top here and here. This one was wrong, but you can see in possible reversal up, bounce. I love using these to signal tops and bottoms. And again, this is an indicator service called Chart Prime. Super useful. If you can find something like this, where you have this is a predictive algorithm that tells you where it's predicting the trend heads. If you could find two things together where you got two bullish hammer or bullish engulfing or bearish engulfing candle signaling downward action, and the algorithm saying, hey, we might get a downward move, look at the follow through. you get here. Look at the follow through. And again, this is a company called Chart Prime. It is a indicator service, a premium indicator service. Again, and there's just a lot of ways to use it. Even if you don't want to use the Oracle, which automatically documents support and resistance and all that good stuff, you can just use the candlestick patterns, which are some of my favorite. And these are very accurate in my opinion. Again, bearish engulfing, drops. Bearish engulfing, drops, right? And of course, I can't guarantee you're going to make money. They are a sponsor of my video. Look, bearish engulfing, drop. So they're a sponsor of my video, and of course, I can't guarantee that you're going to make money with them. I'm certainly biased in their favor. I just think it's incredibly useful to add to my trading systems and strategies. It certainly helps me find an edge in the market, and I find it incredibly useful. And I actually do really use this service because, again, you can kind of see it can be pretty accurate. And so, again, if you want to check them out, they're called Chart Prime. Great way to help support our free content. Again, we don't charge for content. We don't sell courses or anything like that. And so we subsidize the channel through sponsors. And I only try to pick out sponsors that are actually good for traders. And so, again, you can check these out. Here's the link. And, again, great way to help support the channel if you want to check them out. Again, really interesting way to backtest strategies, backtest different movements, backtest different patterns. And again, we do have a backtesting video coming tomorrow from them. Again, though, guys, you see the SPY is kind of choppy and sideways, kind of consolidating back and forth between these levels. The dollar index actually rejected right at that previous closing price, too. So, look at the previous close. We actually rejected right off of that spot. Kyle, my boss called me day trading the other day and was upset. He was like, "Why are you doing this?" And my smart mouth said, "Because they don't pay me enough." Hey, tell him, Fellas, I hope y'all heard about that crap stock. Mullen just bought 2 bankrupt companies, entire operations. I got in last week at 21 cents. Where do you think blue chip stocks come from? I think that they come from penny stocks sometimes, but most real blue chip companies that are safe do not come from penny stocks. I think most blue chip companies actually IPO when they IPO, like Facebook, like Google, like all those things. I think most of them did not start out as penny stocks. I also think that if you look at the odds of success for a company like Mullen, regardless of whether they bought out any company, I think that they don't have the consumer base to succeed. I don't think enough people want to buy a Mullen vehicle. I don't think they produced enough vehicles to make them justifiable. And I think that this is probably just kind of a short-term momentum rip for Mullen. And again, Mullen might hit $1 plus. That certainly might happen. But again, as for long-term health and viability, I'm incredibly skeptical of Mullen. And it should be understandable why. There's just too much risk that is involved with something like this. Again, frankly, most of these companies fail. I think most up-and-coming EV brands, unless they get bought out by one of the big boys, just don't have the consumer base to succeed. Frankly, I don't think enough people want to buy a Mullen to justify, a really high price for this. And I already think they've diluted themselves a ton. There's 300 plus million in the float for a 62-cent stock. So, for me personally, long-term, I definitely am not buying Mullen. But do y'all's thing, man. Hey, listen, do y'all's thing. SPY moving up a little bit. Again, Mullen's trying. We'll see. All right, guys. Mullen up there. Google up to 103.20s. What's up, Wood? All right, guys. And so, again, we got about 30 minutes until the opening bell, about 30 minutes. What do you guys see? We do have some Echo releases coming out today. We do have some economic data releases coming out today. In 8 minutes, we got Redbook. In about 13 minutes, we've got the house price index dropping, looking at the house prices across the country. And I'm curious to see how we're going to get affected by this. Again, it's kind of backwards land where good is bad, bad is good lately. And so in that regard, the question is, if we have higher than expected numbers here, which means better for housing prices, is that bad right now? Do we want to see housing prices go down in this current economic market? And again, what does that mean? Right now, the house price index, again, last time the house price index year over year came in at 13.9%, 13.9% for the HPI. And so it is a broad measure of movement of single family house prices with mortgages backed by Fannie Mae or Freddie Mac. It helps to analyze the strength of the housing market. Again, is higher worse right now? And will higher influence a negative reaction. Again, we do have the HPI data coming out today. Again, HPI data. We also have consumer confidence dropping as well today. SPY rebounding back up here. And so again, we do have consumer confidence dropping today. The red book is dropping today. So again, let's see if we get something good, but big stuff happening right now. And again, we'll see if we actually hold some of these numbers here. Hopefully we do. We'll see if we can. Hopefully we get some favorable stuff. Let me know what you guys think. What do you guys think we're going to get today? We do have the house price index dropping out today. Again, hopefully we get some favorable stuff. Guys, again, SPY moving up. Google at 103.20s here, 103.20s. UPS earnings were, I think, mixed. I think UPS had mixed earnings. They had better than expected EPS, worse than expected sales results, if I remember correctly. Yeah, so EPS was $2.99, beat the $2.87 estimate. Sales were $24.16, missed the $24.42 billion estimates. They reaffirmed fiscal year 22 guidance as well here. So again, UPS had mixed results. Some good, some bad. SPY pump it up back over VWAP here. Looks like getting out was the right move, I guess. I mean, although we would have gotten a consolidation back down. Google up there as well, but there's the SPY at 377. Let's look at the dollar indexes here as well here. Dollar index is breaking down, causing the SPY to move up. Housing prices are dropping in about 8 minutes. Again, we got the red book in about 3 minutes. The house price index drops in about 8 minutes. And then consumer confidence drops at 10 a.m. Hey, man. How you doing, buddy? Hey, don't bite your shirt, okay? Love you, dude. Have a good day at school, man. You feeling okay today? Okay, good. Your stomach hurts? Oh. Tell your mom, buddy. You feeling okay? You ate breakfast? Okay. I'm sorry, buddy. Here, tell your mom, man. All right? All right, love you, buddy. All right. All right, SPY at 377.60s. Dollar index is at 111.80s. Google at 103s. Dollar index is still trying to break down. There's so the SPY moved over volume weighted average price. It's now dipping down to it a little bit here. We're still not over the 200 moving average. The dollar index is still falling. We got Goog up there at 103.30s. We got about a minute before the red book comes out. So we do have about a minute before the red book comes out. The red book's the sales weighted year over year same store sales growth in a sample size of large U.S. general merchandise retailers. About 9,000 stores are analyzed for Redbook. It's a store sales growth here. Now, again, I don't know if good is bad and bad is good for the Redbook. I think if we come in higher than 8%, then that's going to make the market fall. I think if we come in lower than 8% for Redbook, then that's going to make the market run. And again, the Redbook should be dropping pretty soon here, specifically in about 10 seconds for the Redbook, about 10 seconds before Redbook numbers drop. Again, it's weighing sales growth over a sample size of about 9,000 stores. It's a sales weighted year over year same store sales growth. So again, Redbook should be out by now. Let's see if it is. Don't know how much it's going to really impact markets, but it might. Again, dollar index is going up. Did we have higher than expected? Again, we got 5 minutes before the house price index starts. I don't see anything drop for Redbook, so I didn't see anything come out yet for this one. Yeah, so Redbook came in at 8.2%, so higher than expected, higher than last time. Not higher than expected, but higher than last time for Redbook. Again, so 8.2%. So same store sales growth is up 8.2% versus 8% last time for the Redbook. And again, with that release, you see a small bounce in the dollar index and a small drop in the SPY, which is kind of what we said. So again, Redbook came in at 8.2%. Previous was 8%. There's the link for the data there as well, right there. I mean, there's the numbers come out. Again, it's not going to impact it a ton, but the Redbook is a gauge on same store sales growth, about 9,000 stores. Like I said, it's not going to influence markets a ton, but it's worthwhile watching and kind of paying attention to. We do have, like I said, guys, we do have the house price index drop in about 4 minutes. Again, kind of sideways. Google up to 103.30s. Looks good. It was a spawn. Bull or bear? Vote on the poll right now. We got polls going on about bull or bear. Bullish or bearish on today's big earnings report. 61% are bullish out of about 700 people. 39% are bearish. Redbook is just store sales growth. It came in a little bit higher than last time, which is bad for inflation, which is causing an initial drop, but nothing really major. And again, guys, y'all check out Topstep. Topstep is a funded account program for futures. A lot of people want to know how to get around the PDT. If you look at the SPY and you want to trade these big Echo releases, here's the E-mini in the middle. This is a futures contract. You can see it's the same price action. 2 red candles, 3 green. 2 red candles, 3 green. And you can trade this middle side here with no PDT restrictions, instant settlement, shorting ability, all that good stuff in futures. There's no PDT in futures markets, and you can essentially trade the SPY. Even if you look at Apple here, for instance, right? Here's Apple. You'll notice something. This looks very similar to this, right? Big move up, small pullback, big move up, small pullback. And so it's one of the ways you can day trade with no PDT restrictions. Topstep is the most legitimate funded account program in the world. They give you a demo if you can hit the target on their demo while following their rules and conditions. They fund you between 50 up to 150,000 with a 90% split. Regulated by the Chicago Mercantile Exchange. Pays out millions, fund thousands of traders a year. And it's a great way to get your feet in the door, get your feet wet in the futures market without risking a ton. The base package, if you use my link, is 130 something a month. And it's a lot cheaper to try that out than put up 10K yourself and risk thousands. So again, if you want to check it out, there's the link. Watching the dollar index fall. You can also see pinned to the top of the page. You can also see a review of Topstep. So we posted a review. Of course, I'm biased in their favor. They are a sponsor of my video. And so I'm certainly biased in their favor, of course. But again, if you want to check them out, there's the links. Great way to help support your boy here in the channel. Look at the dollar index breakdown here. SPY moving up here with this as well. SPY moving up. Again, we got less than a minute, guys. Less than a minute. Let's see what the house price index shows. Again, higher is better for the housing market. Lower is worse. Expectations, or last time the house price index expectations were 13.9% last time. The composite, the HPI composite, month over month for August is minus 0.5 and minus 0.7. Year over year, it's 14.4. And so again, if we come in higher than that, I think we're going to have a negative reaction. If we come in lower than that, we're going to have a positive reaction here, depending on how the market's going to interpret home pricing right now. Again, about 20 seconds. Let's do this. Hit that subscribe button. We are in sub-only mode, so y'all show support for the channel. Hit the subscribe button. Dollar index is breaking down big here on this data. Look at this. All right, guys. 5 seconds. Again, we're going to report it as soon as it drops. 5 seconds. And there's the drop. All right, so the house price index actually came in a little bit worse than expected, which is good. A little bit lower than expected for housing prices, which is good. The HCI composite all came in lower than expected, which is good. All right, so house pricing came in lower than expected, guys, per this data. Again, lower than expected per this data. House price index year over year came in at 11.9 versus 13.9% last year. House price index month over month came in at minus 0.7 versus minus 0.6% last year. House price index for August came in at 392 versus 394.6 expectations, which is, again, better than expected. We got the SPY moving up on this data. SPY moving up. The HPI composite 20 came in at minus 1.3 versus minus 0.5 expected. And so, again, better than expected housing prices, lower than expected housing prices, which in inflationary markets is better for markets. And again, with this data coming in lower, which is better, the market is reacting positively here. You can see the dollar index drop down really big, and you can see the SPY move up really big. And so again, here is the data. If you guys want to see kind of everything that's coming out today, we came in the US Case-Shiller. Here is the numbers. We're going to put everything up on screen. Home prices. Everything up on screen for home prices. Bear with me. We'd fit one. But again, we came in lower than expected, which is better. Housing prices dropped. Again, housing prices dropped, which is great. And we're going to put these numbers on screen. Again, lower than expected home prices. There's the numbers right there. So lower than expected home prices. You can see the dollar index fall with this data come out and the SPY rip up. Again, better than expected, lower than expected home prices. With the house prices, which are in a huge bubble right now, are falling, which is necessary. And again, we had a big green reaction to this. Again, what do you guys think? Getting some positive bullish responses here in the market here, guys. Again, everything's kind of moving up right now. You got the SPY moving up, dollar index falling, Google moving up with everything here. So again, lower than expected home pricing is better for current markets. It's causing a bullish response in markets right now. We're getting some upward price action, some upward movement, and everything looks solid because of that. Yesterday, we also had Snapchat rip, man. I'm not going to say I told you so, but I certainly told all of you guys. We had a lot of haters after I bought Snapchat after the big drop from earnings here at like $8. We had a lot of haters, you know. Sure enough, silence now. Appreciate the love, guys. Yeah, 100% Vin. Yeah, market came in better than expected. In terms of housing prices. Again, in times of high inflationary problems, we want lower than expected housing prices, right? And that's precisely what we got. You can see all the numbers below me right here. We got exactly what we wanted to in terms of housing prices. And, you know, again, we are dropping down some. You can see the dollar index pop a little bit. Not too shabby, guys. Not too shabby. We'll see if we continue. Hey, nice, Sandy. Yeah, that's right. Everybody hated on it, Sandy, but like I said, it really is a lesson. Like again, this is, and the reason I'm talking about this so much is because it's important for people to understand, right? Like when you start taking positions, like as long as they're like mid to large caps, penny stocks, I'm very against. And you can make money with penny stocks, but I think most penny stock traders who swing trade penny stocks, the ones that are the loudest are the ones that are down the most, right? Because they need to go from room to room trying to pump up their penny stock because they're just down so much already on it. But outside of that, like anytime I post a swing trade, I get skeptics. People are like, I bought Snapchat. I had people calling me moron and all this stuff, just being weird about it, like just emotional about it, And what I'm noticing is like bears, for whatever reason, just hate bulls. You know what I mean? Like bears absolutely hate bulls. Like they call them names. They do all this weird stuff. And so I talked about Snapchat and how I was buying the dip after the big earnings drop. We dropped huge after earnings for Snapchat. I talked about how I was buying that dip up. And I had people just get weird, right? For whatever reason, regardless of whether I'm right or wrong, it shouldn't make you weird. And it kind of goes to show you really got to go your own way with swing trading and when you buy stuff. Like penny stocks is a different story. I think most of them fail and it's kind of a sucker's bet most of the time. But like, listen, I'm not going to make fun or call people names if they buy them. And again, it kind of shows that sometimes you got to go your own way. I brought up the story of 2020 with United Airlines, right? United Airlines dropped down to like $25 in 2020. I made a video about it. And in that video, I basically said, hey, everybody, I'm buying United Airlines. The reason I'm buying it is because it's down dramatically over the last month. It's down really big, and airlines are like a necessary sector. Like people are going to fly. It's not optional. Like they're going to fly no matter what. The government's not going to let United Airlines fail. And so, of course, because of that, I'm buying United Airlines at $25, right? And so, again, you see that within a day, I had so many haters in the comment section telling me my picks were garbage and all this different stuff, right? I ended up buying it right here. Within like 2 weeks, or within weeks, United Airlines was up 100%, almost 100%. Within weeks, it was up to almost $50 a share right here. So this moved to here. Like, look at this. This to this. Within weeks, it was up $50. So again, almost 100%. I made like 60% on that trade. And then, of course, it's silence. It really shows, like, listen, with blue chip companies, everybody has an opposing view sometimes, right? And that's okay. That's normal. Just don't let it sway you too much. If you got a good thesis, you got to go your own way. You got to understand because, again, the ones that are usually wrong are very quiet about it. Like it's usually like, oh, this pick is garbage. This pick is garbage. And then when you're right, it's just kind of silence. And I've seen this happen a lot. I saw it with CEI as well. I didn't like CEI back when it was making big moves. And somebody said that they were going to come back in a month and tell me they told me so. And then, of course, never heard from them again. So again, you got to go your own way. You got to be your own trader. And I think if you try to copy people or you let other people influence you too much, you're going to lose, right? So good lesson for everybody at home. Hope you guys understand it, not trying to brag or anything like that. I'm just trying to tell you guys lessons that I've learned in trading, which is sometimes you got to go your own way here. Dollar index starting to break down more here. Again, housing prices being lower is much better for markets. It's kind of what we want to see. Can you go back over the small cap watch list? Just double checking my screener. The only small cap I've really been looking at is Mullen today. The only small cap I've really been looking at is Mullen. It's at 61 cents. So again, I don't know. I'm just not really into it. Yeah, CEI, man. Y'all remember CEI? Yeah, just I went ahead and banned some guy that I saw post 2 negative comments today. So again, to quote a great person, we ain't got time for that, and so cheers to you, sir. Good day. You get nothing. Anyways, very nice snap trade. Hey, thank you, Meso. I appreciate you, brother. Thank you, man. Makes sense to buy Snap on a 30% drop near all-time lows. Doesn't make sense to buy a penny stock that gained over 100% in the last week. Yeah, 100%. That's exactly right, Cameron. You know why? Is because it's all based off of extension. I'm not sure if you're sarcastically saying that, Cameron, but again, I'll talk to you about why that's exactly right, Cameron. That's precisely right. Makes total sense to buy Snap on a 30% drop near all-time lows, 100%. It doesn't make sense to buy a penny stock that gained over 100% in the last week. Right. That's exactly right. I couldn't explain the logic better myself. If you want to understand why it's like that, it's because when you buy up a penny stock that's up 100%, the extension's on the upside. Like you're extended on the upside, arguably extended on the upside, right? And so the likelihood that we're going to continue going higher, even though we're up 100%, is much lower, in my opinion. It could happen. I might be wrong, but it could happen, right? And most of the people that are, really pumping up Mullen are people that are stuck. Like even on this latest 100% rip, they're still down big over the last few years. Like they're in, like a lot of these guys are in Mullen way back here, And so even with this 100% move up, they're still down dramatically, right? That's number one. Number two is like when you buy something that's down big, you're buying up the extension, right? It's all based off of extension. And so buying something that's up 100% is probably not the time to buy. If it's up 100%, it's probably too late, And so the time to buy it is not there, in my opinion. I mean, chat, let me know what you guys think. But for me personally, the time to buy something is not when it's up 100%. Again, the likelihood that it's going to correct and it has just so much extension on the upside is too high. The time to buy something for me personally is when it's extended on the downside. So yeah, Snapchat drops 30%, got hundreds of millions of daily active users. That's where the extension is going to be on the downside now, and it makes more sense to buy it because it's down big, Okay, cool. Just making sure. Hope people understand that. Yeah, it's better to not buy something that's extended on the upside, I guess, and better to buy something that's extended on the downside, which is what I'm doing with Snapchat, if that makes sense. I believe the deal with the guy. No, I was going to get a tattoo if AMC hit 100. If AMC, what's up, Max? Hope you're doing good, bro. But yeah, if AMC hit 100, I was going to buy it. I was already in AMC. If AMC hit 100, I was going to get an AMC tattoo. And I kind of hoped it happened too, because like it could have been good publicity. Like I would have gotten the AMC tattoo and it would probably be on like news stories and all this different stuff. And I would be a huge joke, but like it probably helped the channel growth to a certain extent. And so I was kind of hoping AMC would hit 100. I didn't think it would, which is why I made that bet. Back when AMC GameStop YouTubers were just kind of saying AMC is going to go to 2,000, I was just kind of like, no, it's not, Like AMC's got 500 million float. Like the odds that it's going to go up over 100 are very low. And that's when I made that bet. I was like, look, if it breaks 100, I'll get an AMC tattoo. Of course, in hindsight, it never did. And now all those AMC YouTubers are just kind of like pretending like they don't know what AMC is, and now pivoting to other stuff and pretending like they didn't tell people it was going to hit 1,000 and go to the moon or whatever it was. They turned into the Scooby-Doo villains all of a sudden, where AMC would have hit 1,000 if it wasn't for those pesky shorts, Now it's like, oh, I don't even know what AMC is. We're just going to go talk about something else now. Please don't remember AMC. But it is what it is. Mullen falling down. Spy rip it up beautifully here. You love to see it. Move it up big. Yeah, hey, we'd be growing much faster. Is small caps dead? I don't know if I would consider them dead. I mean, there's been momentum in small caps. Again, for me personally, it's just I don't trade them. The edge is very low. There's a reason big hedge funds don't trade penny stocks. It's because the edge is very low. Most of the people about penny stocks are trying to sell you a course on how to trade them. The edge is just very low. Hey, what's up, Max? Oh yeah, there you are, bro. I said CEI. Max shows up. Hey, what's up, dude? Hope you're doing good, brother. John, do you think Neo is a great buy right now? I think there's an argument for it. Chinese company. I think that the government there wants there to be some type of competing brand to Tesla. And so I think that if they get behind Neo, like they could, because again, it's a competing brand to Tesla, which is an American company. I think that, they could really get behind it and propel it higher. I also think that in terms of EV production, outside of the major brands like Ford and stuff like that, I think Neo is easily number 2 under Tesla in terms of production numbers. But again, like I've said, guys, it's going to be a hard buy for a lot of EV brands. There's not the consumer base that people want for successful EV brands. Like, there's not enough people that are going to want to buy it. Again, people overestimate the interest of these stocks because they trade the stock and they're holding the stock, and confirmation bias is a very powerful thing, where it's like if you want something to happen, you overestimate the probabilities of it actually happening, so because of that, I think there's obvious risks, but I think there's some arguments for it to be on the upside. Again, I really don't know. about Neo, but I could see the argument there. I could. SPY propelling higher and higher. Mullen falling down some. Let's look at the dollar index here. Again, there's the dollar index just dumping down. Hopefully we get some good volatility today. I'm hoping we do. Johnny need a pop filter. I know, man. I've had a few people tell me that. I got one somewhere here, bro. I could just put the mic a little bit farther away so it's not so loud. Yeah, I mean, penny stocks are just no edge, man. Again, new traders get stuck in penny stocks because, like, and I experienced it as well, right? You get started in trading. What do you do, right? You Google day trading or swing trading or whatever, trading in general. And what do you get, right? You get Tim Sykes, you get penny stock. Look at my lifestyle. Look at my Lamborghinis and my jacuzzi in Italy drinking champagne, guys. And of course they sell you a lifestyle. The problem is that most of them are just making money selling courses. They're not actually making money trading penny stocks. Penny stocks very low edge game, just a low edge game. There's just not much to, again, you can trade them, but like penny stocks, I traded them for years. Penny stocks will go against you very fast. And maybe I just suck at trading penny stocks. Like maybe that's it. But again, just low edge, in my opinion. They can get offerings hit on you where dilution happens, and you could be holding a penny stock at $5, and then the company announce an offering, and then you lose 50% of your investment in 2 seconds. Just sketchy stuff can happen. They can get pumped and dumped. They can get halted on the downside against you. It's just very difficult to day trade and really, especially, and invest long term in any of them. There's just too much risk there, I think. Let's see, we got that one. Okay, that one is actually a little bit better. All right, guys. So housing prices are up there. Let's get rid of this. Let's get ready to trade on Topstep. Again, we got a rule now that we are not going to be allowed to trade in the first 10 minutes of the day. We got a rule. We got to stick to that rule. We got to stick to that rule. Bear with me 1 second, guys. We got to log out of Quant Tower here real quick and then log back in. And how are you guys doing? How you guys doing on the week so far? All right, guys. Yeah, we are trading the Topstep Combine here. Good rule is way too choppy unless there's a really amazing setup. Yeah, I usually follow that rule. I think I've gotten a little impatient the last week, which happens. Like, people act like traders are perfect. Warren Buffett makes mistakes in trading. Warren Buffett has red weeks and losing months. Like, it's not... I think marketing for trading has made people think that every day just needs to be profitable and successful, and that's not true at all. Most of the time, profitable traders lose a lot. You know what I mean? Like, profitable traders are going to lose, a good percentage of the time. We got practice. We'll put it into our regular account. But yeah, profitable traders are going to lose a bunch as well. Everybody has good weeks, bad weeks, good months, bad months. It's an inevitable thing. So with that, just understand that, like, your job is to limit your losses during those bad weeks, bad months. Your job is to, you can lose a bunch of days in a row, but you can't have these big drawdowns. These big drawdowns are what destroy accounts, right? And it happens from people getting frustrated and YOLOing their account during those moments of frustration. Like, what happens is, like, they're having a losing day. Instead of scaling down on losing days, they end up raising their sizes more, and then they lose again, and then they raise their sizing again, and then they lose again, until before you know it, they're having these monster drawdowns in their account that you're completely unable to come back from. And so in that regard, it's about managing your losing days correctly here. Yeah. HLBZ Martin. Yeah, we'll check it out. But yeah, guys, so we are going to be day 3. Or no, we're going to be in week 3 or 4 of the Topstep Combine now. We'll see if we get something good. We got some time. Again, remember, guys, today we have Google earnings. Big earnings day today, guys. Big earnings. I mean, I'm not buying anything right now, SJ. I'm going to be day trading. Or was that SJ? Yeah, I'm going to be day trading at the open, so I'm going to wait. Oh, Nicholas is who said that. Yeah, I'm just waiting to trade, guys. Again, I got to wait 10 minutes after the bell to trade. I'm not going to be forcing anything yet. And remember, at 10 o'clock, we do have consumer confidence numbers dropping. Consumer confidence data just dropped at 10 a.m. So y'all be ready for that. SPY, look at green action here, though. We're getting some bullish action right now in the market here, guys. We got about 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Got you, MEDP. Yeah, huge earnings move, I guess. Yeah, I don't know enough about it. What is it? Is it Medtronic? I know. Let me see what MEDP is. It is. Yeah, I don't know enough about it. There's so many earnings coming out today. EdPace. Yeah, they must have surprise dropped. They're dropping earnings this evening, it says. Dollar index is still just dumping down. You can see the market just fly up here. It's a big bull action here right now. Again, let's look to see if MEDP dropped their numbers. Okay, so yeah, they dropped early. Or no, they dropped yesterday. I'm sorry. So yeah, they dropped their earnings yesterday evening. They dropped better than expected results and good guidance is what they showed. They dropped fiscal year 22 EPS guidance, $6.88 to $7 a share versus $6.15 estimates for MEDP. So that's why they're running up on they're running up on good guidance numbers. Snapchat ripping back up, green on the day for Snapchat, up to 830s right now. Yeah, we want to see housing prices fall. A housing bubble has been there for the last couple weeks. The only people that are telling you that housing prices are in a bubble. The only people that are saying we're not are people who are selling houses. And I'm a real estate agent too, so I get it. But the housing prices are way too extended. People are waiving notices of appraisal and doing all this different stuff. They have been over the last year. The market has just been way too high over the last year or so in terms of housing. And so it's good to see the housing prices drop. We kind of need that. Hey, nice wood. All right, guys. When there's choppy trading in the futures and no edge, I either don't trade, and if I do, I have cherry picked the futures different times of the day. Yeah, what I do is I trade small. If it's choppy and slow, I trade small is what I try to do. 8 minutes, guys. 8 minutes. All right, guys. So we are going to put most of these scrollers on the bottom here. Getting a little bit of pullback on the SPY pre-bell. Yeah, for sure. Super sellers market, man. They've been waiving appraisals. They've been doing a lot of crazy stuff, man. Neo running up at 970s. So Neo's moving some here. I guess, like, I don't really know what earnings are going to be. Nobody does. Look at the SPY break highs again. Dollar index is falling dramatically here, down to 111. This is great news for the market, man. This is great news, to be honest. This is exactly what we want. Disney is still looking great. Snapchat's ripping up nicely on me. Still holding Disney here. AMC still looking weak. SPY ripping up big again on the dollar index's weakness here. Dollar index down to 111.30s here, 111.30s. Market is flying up though. This is great news. Precisely what we want to see. The 3M CFO said that persistent inflationary pressures are slowing consumer spending. The ADM CFO says that strong crush margins will more than offset negative impact of lower U.S. crop exports due to the low Mississippi River. Again, market's running up a little bit here. Google's making moves too ahead of their earnings report today. Again, the dollar index is weakening, which is great. SPY moving up big. SPY testing these highs. You can see, again, I'm trading the E-mini, which is essentially the SPY here. Dollar index is looking really weak. Yeah, that's basically it, EH. No news on PayPal. Does anybody have anything? I don't know. About PayPal, I don't know. All right, guys, 4 minutes. 4 minutes, team. Nice green action with the dollar's weakness over the last couple minutes. Amazon is accepting Venmo. That's the PayPal news. SPY testing previous closing price. They're trying to go green. All right, guys, we got 3 minutes, team. 3 minutes. Again, we're going to wait about 10 minutes for the opening bell. Let things play out a little bit first before we take any sizable positions. Yeah, if you want to check out Topstep, check out the link in the description. You can also see the link pinned at the top of the page. You know, it's a review of Topstep, kind of details their rule set, kind of what it's all about and all that good stuff. Again, they are a sponsor of my video, but if you want to check it out, check out the link in the description, as well as you can check out the review pinned at the top of the chat. Great way to help support the channel. Again, micro E-mini pumping up. Again, we're going to let things play out a little bit first. Again, 2 minutes. Getting a little bit of a dip. Again, market's right around the previous closing price. The dollar index is starting to flush down here. The dollar index is starting to look weak. Again, do me a favor, y'all subscribe, hit the notification bell. We appreciate you all. Dollar index just broke lows here. We'll see if the SPY has a positive response to this. Again, the dollar index just broke lows. I'm not really anything, man. I don't really know what way the market's going to go. I try not to predict which way it's going to go either. I mean, we might buy dips or take certain positions back and forth, but I don't really know which way the market's going to head, man. And dollar index breaking down here. Again, micro E-mini up there. All right, guys, here's the open. Good luck. Here's the opening bell. Good luck, team. All right, there's the opening bell. Initially, you can see we got somewhat of a green reaction, but we're kind of letting everything play out some. The VWAP is very low. The dollar index is breaking lows way down there. Disney is up to 102s here. There's the SPY rip up big here on this news. There's the SPY rip big. Huge green action on the SPY ahead of the opening bell. Snapchat's all the way up to 840s already. Big green market response, though. Huge green candle here. Again, we do have Google earnings today. I guess people are bullish and optimistic here, which is great. I want to see the market do well. Nice. Again, we're going to let things play out first. We're not going to take any major trades yet. Huge green candle here. Huge green candle. Honestly, it's influencing everything. Disney up to 102.20s or so. Snapchat up to 830s, 840s. Green on the day. Big push up. Looks like we're going to try to break highs again here. Yep, there's the high break. Like I said, man, called that. There's the high break. Big bull response here in markets. Wow. Huge bullish response. Again, really extended on the upside here. And so we're not going to be buying anything yet. We're letting 10 minutes pass before we take any position. Dollar index is still looking pretty weak. Disney all the way up to 102.40s. Market's flying up. Big green action. Yeah, snaps up nicely up to 850s. Yeah, we're just kind of letting this ride. Snapchat doing big things. Disney up big. SPY looks like it wants to break highs again, but I don't think it will. I think it'll pull back some short term. See what the market does. Again, we're being a little bit more patient today. We're not attacking anything big here yet. Nice. Took a little bit more off of Snapchat. Again, we're letting the market play out first. We're not going to push too heavily. Dollar index looks like it's about to break lows again, though. Stock earnings whispers is what I use. Benzinga's got a great one, too. All right, market just broke highs again here, team. Again, too much extension on the upside to really bet on this bull action up here. Again, we're letting the momentum play out first. We're not going to force anything yet. We're going to let a trend form first before we really take any positions. So we're just going to be impatient here, waiting, playing the waiting game. Disney is doing great. SPY moving up, breaking highs again here, testing it, broke it. Wow, look at the SPY break highs again here. Huge bull action on the SPY. This is doing great for Snapchat and Disney. But again, too extended. We've had 5 green candles in a row in the first 5 minutes of trading. I got to wait and just chill for a second here. I'm not going to push too heavily right now. We're just going to wait. Again, there's too much risk in buying way up here. You know, eventually we're going to get a pullback, and I don't feel like getting stuck in that. We're over 380s, though, which is a great sign for equities. Again, we do have some Google earnings today, so maybe people know something. They're starting to load up into these now, maybe. I don't know. Testing 380s on the SPY right now. You can see the E-mini up to 3,800. Dollar index is still looking very weak. Again, we're patiently waiting here, guys. We do have consumer confidence data dropping today. We got consumer confidence. And we have the Richmond Manufacturing Index as well. Finally getting a dip here. It took long enough to get the dip. The dollar index is actually still breaking down right now. But again, for me personally, we're really being patient today. We're not going to take anything yet. I truly have to just kind of sit back and let it trend form. Right now, we're too extended. If I buy this dip, the likelihood that we're just going to keep coming down is too high. So I'd rather wait and see if we get like a breakdown, or wait for like a reasonably sized pullback where we're not so neutral. Like the VWAP and the previous closing price are right around the same spot. And so we're just going to chill here and wait, see if we get something favorable show up. Nice little down wick that we could target something in. I'm going to take one contract here. Start small, take a little piece, see if we get a follow through bounce. There we go. Nice big rebound in markets. All right, so we just made a little bit there. Got our feet on the right track here. Took a little trade. We're going to start to scale into this. I don't mind this pattern here. So one contract. We'll take 2. See if we get some flush or some follow throughs on the upside to test that 380 level again is kind of what we want. We do have consumer confidence levels dropping today. About break even here. Again, we'd love to see a pop up and a test at 380. We got some down wicks. Kind of sitting back. We're roughly 10 minutes. I mean, we give or take 8 minutes. We're not perfect here, you know. But we got one green trade. Right now, we got a little bit of a red trade. We'll let 379.50 on the SPY be our risk level, though. About break even today so far. So this is an option contracts. This is futures contracts. I'm essentially trading the S&P 500 in the futures market. So this is essentially what the futures market is the S&P 500, and the E-mini is what this is. The futures market is mostly commodities, but I can trade the SPY or the E-mini in what's called, or the S&P 500 in what's called the E-mini futures contract. Again, little small trades, kind of looking out back and forth here, trying to catch some momentum. pretty much break even right now. We're right around a support level at 379.50. If we don't hold that, we'll get out roughly break even here. If we don't hold 379.50, but we'll give it a chance. We got a doji candle forming. That looks okay. There we go. Either way, we waited a decent amount of time after the open to trade. So we're doing a little bit better today in terms of patience, I think. And if this doesn't work, we'll just kind of chill and wait for something better to show up. New candle just opened up. Let's see if we get a follow through on the upside. Testing that 380 level on the top is what we want. Kind of going back and forth again. We're about break even. We're going to cut that. So again, we're down like 15 bucks. If the market starts to break down to 379, we might buy the bounce instead. But kind of a sideways market so far today. Snapchat running right back up to 850s. Again, I'm very glad I took profit at that 860 level when I did for Snapchat. You love to see it. Nice down wick here. We might target this now. We got a nice down wick, which indicates buying pressure. We'll take 2 contracts here, see if we get an upward move. There we go. Take that off. Hold the rest as we propel higher. All right, so we just made about $30 back. So we're now green on the day again. Catching the momentum a little bit better today for sure. Just needed to wait and be patient after that first few minutes, I think. We got a nice little upward movement here. We might add some more on a pullback. Snapchat ripping up, Disney ripping up, AMC ripping up. Again, kind of a sideways market though, so y'all just be careful because it is a little bit, even though we're bullish at the open, the range is still pretty sideways. The previous closing price and the VWAP are right around the same spot, and so the range is a little sideways. We got some up wicks and down wicks here, so y'all just be safe. I kind of want to buy one contract here, but I think it's a little bit too late. I think if we break highs, we might start to swing upward. But yeah, I think it's a little bit too late. That's the only reason I'm stopping. Dollar index does look weak, though. I'm going to buy one contract here. Just one. Got a nice little opening range. Like, we're in a little feeler trade now, but when this range breaks, whether on the upside or downside, it might set us up for some nice trades. Wow, man, look at Snapchat. Hey, listen. We're going to cut this. Man, look at Snapchat. Hey, you love to see it. We're going to take a little bit more off here. I try to tell people, man, nobody listens, you know. It's just kind of surprising how well the Snapchat did moving forward. Up to 860s now. Yeah, 100%. You love to see it. Bought that Snapchat dip. Snapchat up to 860s. Disney propelling higher, which you love to see. Again, we basically stopped trading right now. We're going to wait for a trend to show up. Market looks good right here. There we go. All right, there's the rip. All right, just made about 20 there on the rip. Scalped it really quickly. This gives us a nice upward trend to attack now, so if we're patient with it, we can find something. Just took another little piece of Snapchat off. Just kind of scaling out of this as we get it here. Huge rip up to 380 again. Over 380. Again, consumer confidence drops in about 15 minutes. Again, we'll look for a little dip here in futures to attack a dip, but we need a dip. We're not going to buy it up here at these highs. Snapchat up to 870s. You love to see it. I'm really tempted to buy this dip on the SPY, but I'm going to wait. I'm going to take another 25 shares off of Snapchat, so we're still holding about 100 shares left, give or take, but we're not going to lose money on Snapchat now. Took enough of it off to be deep into the money. AMC, guys, is starting to rip a little bit. Look at AMC go. Again, SPY's a little bit too extended up here for me personally. We're not going to take this. It might break highs and do all some cool stuff, but again, just a little bit too extended for me up there. A little bit too much risk in terms of buying this way up here. It might continue running. Dollar index is breaking down lovely here. Looks great. But for me personally, again, just too much risk to buy the SPY when it's this extended on the upside right now. 381.20s, huge rip up. All right, so the Saudi CEO said that they are in talks with Airbus and Boeing for aircraft orders. Dollar index just broke lows again, guys. Just broke lows again. My Disney trade is doing amazing as well. I'm going to go ahead and take 5 shares off of my Disney trade. Just we might take a little bit more. But again, still in Snapchat, letting that ride. Took a little bit of profit in our Disney swing that we're still in from 91.60s. Man, guys, honestly, with how profitable I am swing trading, I might need to put some size into my swing trades, man. Because they have been very profitable. Like, I've been right. I'm not even trying to toot my own horn here, but I've been right about a lot of stuff with swing trading. It's really making me consider. I don't know if I want to start a fund, but I think I need to say I might scale up my size a little bit more. Take some larger swing trading positions. What do you guys think? Yeah, the dollar index is at 111s. Snapchat up to 870s. Disney up to 103s. Again, just to put this into perspective here. Just to put this in perspective, my Snapchat average right now is 795. 795. We're at 870s. My Disney average right now, just to show you guys what I'm talking about, my Disney average right now is $91.68. Disney is currently at 103.20s. SPY, ramp it up big here, guys. Ramp it up big. Again, we're too extended for me to buy this dip, though. I mean, too extended for me to buy it up here. There's too much green action. You know, it's kind of like picking up. It's kind of like picking up pennies in front of a train with the SPY right now. Like, you might be able to get by with it, get by with it, but you know, eventually you're gonna get caught in the pullback, and that's not what I'm trying to do. Mullen down to 56 cents. Disney just broke highs again. Snapchat up to 870s. Nice. Go ahead and take a little bit more off of Snapchat. Slowly scaling out of it on this rip. AMC popping up big too. Again, SPY just dramatically up here. I'm not going to buy any until we pull back to like 380.50s. I need to pull back to like 380.50s. That's the only time I'm going to buy it. We're going to be truly patient here with this. Snapchat almost up to 880s. All right, so the EU energy ministers are going to hold an emergency meeting on November 24th, according to Bloomberg. Disney finally pulling back. We're starting to get a little bit of a pullback here. Again, we're not quite enough for me to really want to buy this up for the SPY. We're too high up here. I got to wait for a pivot trade of some sort. Understand playing safe, but a rip is a rip. 100%. I mean, listen, if y'all want to trade that, go ahead. Again, I'm not knocking you guys for doing it. If y'all can make money, go, you know, do y'all's thing. Just for me personally, like, I'm just not gonna. Again, I have a very specific strategy. Usually, I'm looking for VWAP pullbacks, whole dollar pullbacks of some sort. With 5 really big green candles like that, for me personally, there's just too much risk to take that position right now. There's just too much risk. Again, I got to just kind of patiently wait and sit back, you know. There's just too much risk taking, you know, a big position when we're so extended on the upside, you know. All right, so again, we've been kind of scalping out of Snapchat and Disney. So we got ourselves pretty flat. I mean, not flat. We're still holding some pieces of Snapchat and Disney, but we've got ourselves locked in deep in profit there. So that's nice to see. Again, we do have consumer confidence numbers dropping at about 8 minutes, guys, about 8 minutes. Getting a little pop here on the SPY. Again, we're really extended over VWAP. We're really extended over the 200 moving average. And so for me personally, we're just a little bit too high up here. Doesn't mean you can't attack it, but for me personally, it's just a little bit too high of extension. Yeah, market's ripping up, breaking highs is at 381s. Snapchat up to 880s. AMC up to 660s. Disney broke highs again at 103.40s. SPY testing highs again. Kind of looks strong here. Again, for me personally, I'm not going to buy this dip or I'm not going to buy anything right now. We're just too extended. I got to wait for an edge to show up right now in markets. I just don't see that edge yet. You know, we might break highs again. It looks like we will, you know, and that's great for some other positions. But for me right now, again, just a little bit too much risk in buying it up way up here. I went ahead and cut my Disney trade. We got out at about 103.40s or so. Still in Snapchat, but I like that. So we rode Disney from 91s to 103s over the last 3 weeks or so. Snapchat finally pulling back, but we've already scaled out of most of it. AMC ripping up some. SPY still consolidating towards these tops. Yeah, markets rip it up. 380. Yeah, I mean, than I do is kind of short low of the day breaks and stuff like that. But like buying up high of the day breaks is just way too risky personally for me. Um, because the reason for that is just because it's like too many times you're going to get slammed down buying high of the day breaks, right? So this might work, but the times it doesn't are going to pay for the times that it does. All right, guys. Again, patiently waiting. We're too extended up here. I need a dip to like 381s, 380.50s. So yeah, like we need a reasonably sized dip before we take anything else. Disney broke highs again. Maybe I should have held on, but I mean, I had made so much money from that trade that it didn't matter. You know, Snapchat up to 880s. Yeah, we're just a little too extended here. I mean, market's flying up, right? So you could say, oh, well, the momentum, you should jump on it. But again, I trade every day. Like I see the momentum. A lot of the time, you're going to get dips, and so again, it's one of those things where while it might work today, probability wise, attacking the SPY up here is probably going to be a negative, like long term losing play. AMC's up to 680s though. AMC kind of ripping back up too. Look at AMC, man. Wow. So consumer confidence report drops in about 4 minutes, guys. 4 minutes. Yeah, we've already scaled out. We had a couple hundred. We had like 250 shares of Snapchat. We got about 200, or we got about 50. I mean, left out of about 250 total. Again, we bought the big dip around $8 after Snapchat dropped earnings. So Snapchat earnings came out October 21st. We bought that big dip up around $8. And we just waited because again, Snapchat down at $8. I just thought it was an overreaction. Snapchat actually posted better than expected EPS and sales revenue. They didn't post guidance, which made people nervous. So we had a big overreaction on the downside. Objective value was there, and we bought the dip in a swing trade. We held for about a week and we sold. Again, you can learn a lot from that trading strategy. Again, you can also learn a lot from how many haters we got afterwards. Report drops in less than 2 minutes. Less than 2 minutes. Yeah, for people criticizing me, like I said, I hope you guys see, like on days where I trade too much, they say, oh, you're not being patient. You're being too aggressive. On days when I don't trade a ton and I'm patient, and I'm kind of focusing on my swing trades, they say, oh, grow a pair. Like no matter what I do, people are going to whine about it. Y'all will be okay. So good day, sir. All right, guys. So here's the data. It's dropping pretty soon. Again, consumer confidence expectations are for 106.50. Anything over that means that the consumers are more confident in markets. Anything less than that, it means they're less confident. I don't know what kind of reaction we want to get from this. Again, we have about a minute left before this data comes out. I don't know what kind of reaction we want. I think less consumer confidence might be seen as better right now. And so in that regard, maybe we want lower number for consumer confidence. At the same time, though, we're during this time of high inflation, I don't know. We'll see. What do you guys think? How do you think we'll react to consumer confidence? Do you think higher is better or worse? Again, expectations are for 106.50. Lower than that, that means consumers have less confidence. Higher than that means consumers have more confidence. And I know what you're thinking. Conventionally, we want to see higher consumer confidence. Not necessarily right now. Not necessarily right now. So again, Richmond Manufacturing Index came in at -10 versus -8. That data just dropped. -10 versus -8. So Richmond Manufacturing came in worse than expected. It means business conditions are worse than expected. Again, 5 seconds, guys, 5 seconds. The CB consumer confidence for October is still waiting. Big pop up on the consumer confidence data. We still don't show anything yet, though. We're waiting for this data to drop. Still waiting for the consumer confidence data to come out. We don't see what it actually is yet. They haven't dropped it yet. Still waiting. Initially, we got a positive response, and now we're pulling back some. All right, consumer confidence came in lower than expected at 102.50 for consumer confidence. At 102.50 is what we showed up as. 102.50 versus a 106.50 estimate for the CB consumer confidence data. And so again, consumers had less confidence than initially expected. Again, we showed 102.50. They expected 106.50. So they expected 106.50 in terms of consumer confidence. We only showed 102.50. So lower than expected. It looks like the market is reacting negatively to this. I guess people want consumer confidence. But again, in this backwards lane, where good is bad, bad is good. We'll see what we get. But again, right now, consumer confidence came in lower than expected at 102.50 versus 106.5 estimates here. And so again, there's the link. We're getting a negative reaction in stocks. That's the data right there at the bottom. Again, not getting a huge reaction, but the dollar index just broke lows here. So we're going to buy this dip because the dollar index just broke lows. All right, we just bought the dip because the dollar index broke lows. We'll see if we get a pop. Dollar index down to 110.81s. All right, we're waiting for like a reasonable trend to play out first. Right now, we don't really have anything. We got this upward trend that's just really high up there. Dollar index is falling down though here, guys. So the dollar index just broke lows. It's down to 110.80s for the dollar index. So we'll see if we get a bounce. Again, about break even in this trade so far. We also had manufacturing data come out. That might be skewing the results a little bit too. Again, pretty much break even on the day here. Not really taking any big trades yet. I think the market's just too extended to take trades. There we go. So when we have a tough week, we end up just being more patient and scaling down our size, if that makes sense. We don't take anything major. There we go. Got a big upward move. All right, so just made it a little bit under $15 there. Again, green on the day now, but slight. We need a larger pullback for me to really feel comfortable buying this dip. Snapchat up to 550s. Again, we're just too high up here for me. We're consolidating up there, but we're just too high. Yeah, I guess people want less consumer. I mean, the dollar index is reacting negatively to this. If you look at the dollar index is all the way down to 110.80s, which is kind of, dollar index is down to 110.80s. Bitcoin 100K by Christmas, highly unlikely. Again, we just kind of scalped it. We're looking for a pullback here. Snapchat, rip it up. AMC, rip it up as well. Snapchat back up to highs, 880s. Again, we got a larger dip here, and if we get a dip to like 381s on the SPY, we'll buy this dip. So if we get a dip like, if we get a pullback to like right around here, we'll buy that dip. But again, we need a pullback back to there. So we're not going to buy this dip. It's just too extended up here. We might get a bounce. I mean, this kind of looks like a bounce spot, but we need a little bit larger dip. We can't really buy this dip up here. It's just not it doesn't look good enough. Or maybe, actually, I'm sorry. We need a dip down to here instead. This is the dip I'm actually thinking of right here. We need to pull back to there yet. We're not quite there yet. So if we get a dip to there, we'll take it. But again, you can see the consumer confidence numbers at the bottom. Dollar index is still breaking down here. Again, with the dollar index falling down like this, I kind of want to buy up more. Dollar index is kind of retracing back up a little bit. Yeah, it looks like the dollar index is bouncing up a little bit, so this should cause the market to drop some. Longer term, I'm not sure what the market's going to give us. Again, y'all subscribe if you haven't already, guys. We appreciate it. All right, so there goes the SPY bouncing down or dropping down. Here goes the dollar index move up. Yeah, we're finally getting that dip that we might start to dip buy into here. We got a nice little dip here. We might add 2 to 3 contracts here. Looking for the pullback to this spot. So we could start to scale in with 1 contract now. Try to add to it if we continue to get dips. All right, there's 2 contracts. See if we get into like maybe 3 or 4 contracts here. There's 4. And there's 3. And we got our pullback zone. All right, there's 4 contracts. Gonna buy the pullback, see if we get a pop back up to like 382s or something like that is what we're shooting for. Snapchat up to 880s again. See if we get a bounce. Starting to get some. There we go. Slightly green. Again, we want to see a larger bounce than this, though. A little bit more of one. Slightly break even green on this one. Kind of going back and forth between break even and red. I like the bounce play, though. I think we could probably go up to 282s or so. We'll give it some time here. All right, we took half off there. It didn't really give me much of the profit. We'll give it some time. I like the move, but we got some time to let it work. All right, try to be patient here. Snapchat ripping up breaking highs again. Now I could add to this. I like the add level. I like the consolidation spot. We'll take 3 contracts. We'll try to be patient on the rest. See if we get a better move up. There we go. I'd like a little bit more than this. There we go. All right, took some. Got 1 contract left. We'll try to let this one really work now since we scaled out of it and see if we can get like a pivot all the way back up to these tops up here. Luckily, we've got some cushion here if it does reverse against this. But I like the move. And again, we'll be patient on this one now. There we go. Starting to test the top of that range here. I like that. Let's see if we can keep going higher. Again, I'd like to see this one up to like 282s. We only got 1 contract left, but I like the pattern here. we start to break these lows, we'll just get out and take our $20, $30 profit in the trade. But I'd like to give this time to go up a little bit more. Snapchat testing highs again. See if we go up a little bit more. All right, we'll go ahead and take that. Another $15 trade. We just made about $35, $40 on that trade. So got about $40 in cushion. We'll see if we can find a little bit more. We got up to that 382 level in the SPY that we wanted. My headphones just died. So again, we'll wait for another little pullback to attack maybe or something like that. Or, we'll see how we want to proceed with the day. I hope you guys can see like what we did there. I mean, we were patient. We had people bugging us like, "Oh, you should trade. You should trade." Instead, we waited for a pullback to attack, and we caught the pullback, and we just kind of let that work. Now we've got a cushion on the day, so we can trade a little bit larger with that cushion. It's kind of what we do. I'll take a little small pullback here. Take 2 contracts now. See if we get a bounce back. Two contracts. We'll see if we get a propel higher. See if we get like a hammer candle to form or something like that. Yeah, market's kind of going against me. But we use our cushion to take larger swings, but yeah, market's starting to get some bear action here. We'll let it test this low. We're right at this low level here that we want to let it test, but anything under this, we'll cut it and then be break even on the day and then kind of start that process over. Like I said, we got a cushion on the day, so we can be a little bit more loose with this now. The only problem is the dollar index is rising up a little bit here. So like I'm trying to give it time, but there we go. It's a little bit better. Let's see if we can fight our way back over 380s. Popping back up some. We might add a little bit more to this one now if we pull back some. I like this quick rebound that we're getting here. So we get a new candle opening up here. We might add a little bit more to this if it pulls back some for us. All right, so we're going to try to buy this little dip and maybe add 3 to 5 contracts here. There's 4 contracts. See if we can add a little bit more on a dip. We'll get into 5 to 6 contracts. Again, this will be our swing for the day. I like the swing setup here. If we pull back more, we'll add 5, but if not, we'll take 4 currently. All right, so that's 5. We pulled back a little bit more. Dollar index just ripped up. I mean, I don't think that's good for the SPY short term, but we'll give it some time, see if we pop back. There we go. It's better. About break even. All right, we just cut it, made a little $15. Got a bad fill there, but that's okay. Didn't really get the best fill, unfortunately, on that trade, but that's okay. We're up about 60 on the day. We got a nice little cushion. Didn't really like the fill. Snapchat's still moving up some. We're almost at $9 here, so we're going to start to scale out of Snap. We're going to get out of another position of Snapchat, holding only a very small piece now on the Snapchat trade. We're going to start buying into these dips too. We have a cushion on the day, so we're going to start buying into these pullbacks with size. I think right now we're in a very bullish trend short term. We might pull back a little bit. If we do, we'll scale into it. But I think short term, we're in a very bullish trend. There we go. All right, just made about $30 more here. Got us up to about $100 on the day. A little bit less than $100 on the day. Again, we get a pullback here. We'll start adding more size to this. Snapchat is almost at $9. And again, we scaled out of most of that trade. Again, our entry for Snapchat was around 780s or so. So we're scaled out of there. Again, we need to pull back before we'll buy more of this. So we're not going to buy more into this. All right, we'll buy a little bit more on this pullback since we're right close to high. So we got 2 contracts left. And we got a nice little cushion to take on the day. We'll buy into this pullback with 2 contracts. See if we can push higher here. All right, we're going to add 4 contracts here. Again, we're going to start taking some size. We're going to swing into the cushion that we have on the day so far. So again, 4 contracts. Might take up to 6 since we have a reasonable, justifiable cushion on the day to take. Ultimately betting that the 382 level on the SPY is going to hold. All right, we're in 6 contracts. Like I said, try to take some swings, seeing if we get an immediate pop back up. New candle open. Let's see if we get some green action here. We're about break even on this trade, give or take. I mean, now we're not. We're pulling back a little bit, but there we go. Now we're back to break even. There we go. Start to get a little bit of green action. It's not what we wanted here on this pullback for sure. But again, we got some support underneath this, so that's good. But like I said, we're using this to pull into it. I really like the trade, but it looks like we're pulling back some now. And luckily, we had built up a cushion ahead of this. So we're about break even on the day, down a little bit now. And I'll give it time to rebound here. See if we can get back over that 382 level short term. There's 382. So we're back over 382. So that's nice. Nice little follow through. Close to break even again on it. Again, I'd love to see another green candle here in about 30 seconds. And ideally, I'd love to see this just hold over 382. I think 382 is going to be a big necessary level. If we can continue to hold over that support, then that's great. If not, it's not going to look great for us. But we got time. New candle opens up in 15 seconds. There we go. We're back over 382. Looking much better. New candle opening up right now. So again, that's a great hold. That's a great candle spot for this one. Over 382. Let's see if we continue to hold there. There we go. Popping up some. Just about break even again. Testing the highs of this candle. Problem is the dollar index is ripping up short term. Patience, there we go. Slightly green on the trade. We'll let it run a little bit. All right, we're completely break even on the trade. Again, I'm trying to give it a chance to bounce. A lot better than where we were. And I want to give it a chance to consolidate over 382 and then make another test of these highs up here is what I'm trying to give it time for. That's why I'm letting this sit a little bit longer. I'd really like to see it test and hold 382 on the SPY is what I'm looking at specifically. And then make another test of this previous high up there. Is really what I'm doing. The dollar index is actually starting to fall a little bit too, which I think is good short term. Snapchat is testing $9 a share now as well. Let me catch back up in the chat. I wanted to let it hold 382, and like I said, luckily we're about break even on the day now. I really like this wick. I think this indicates bullish pressure. But it depends on whether we can hold over 382, I think, is what it ultimately depends on. Also depends on what the dollar index does here. Longer trade for me. I usually don't sit, but I'm trying to be patient in this one. If we could double bottom here, that's great. But if not, I'm just going to have to cut it and kind of fight another day. Luckily, ahead of this trade, we're completely break even. And so we're basically break even right now on this trade. Gas exporting countries forum has emphasized the importance of clear dialogue between consumers and products. Russian President Putin says we need to speed up decision making in the special military operation. All right, so we're about break even here. We're popping back up. I'm trying to give this time to test highs is what I really want to give it time to. It's kind of going back and forth though. I don't know what I want to do with my rest of my Snapchat trade. I mean, I could cut it. I'm kind of looking at that one. We also have United Airlines. or not United Airlines. We got out of Disney today. What else are we holding here? We had a pretty nice day on TOS. There we go. We're back to green here. I'm trying to let this pop higher. I mean, I could take profit here and just kind of get out, break even, but we do have Google earnings today. Hopefully that influenced sentiment positively here. There we go. Slightly green. We just made a little bit. We took about half of it off. It was just getting kind of swingy. And so that'll protect us. And we'll keep the rest and let this work. We can take that off and be a little bit more loose with the rest. See if it continues to pop higher. But we'll give it the patience too. Snapchat's still moving up nicely. All right, we just took another piece of it off. We got one contract left. All right, so we just made about 50 bucks on this trade. Could have taken, we could have done a little bit better. We're up about 130, 140 on the day. We got a nice little cushion to swing into now. I don't know what I want to do with the rest. User confidence was actually down, straight jacket. All right, so we just popped up to these highs. We're going to buy one contract here, see if we get a quick little pop back up. A little baby trade. Again, we're up 100 and something on the day. Small day. But again, with losing days like we've had this week, we need a couple winning days. We made money yesterday. We're making money today. We might keep it kind of small today, give us a very tight leash on the day. But green nonetheless. Up about 140 right now. If you add TOS to it, I mean, don't think or swear, we're up hundreds on TOS today too. All right, starting to get a little pop, and this is what we kind of wanted in this little pivot trade. We want to see if this thing's going to move up and break highs here. We're right around the highs of the day. That's the only reason we took this. Like, we buy the pullback right before high of the day break instead of just blindly buying high of the days. High of the days at 382.70s. I just think we got a kind of like a magnet pulling us there. There we go. We're testing that high of the day level. We're about 15 cents away from it, and that's kind of what we're testing. We'll let this, test that level here, see if we hit it. 65, 70s. We're right at high of the days. Here, hold on, guys. I'm going to cut this. This is my heart doctor calling. All right, guys. So they moved. I don't know how I feel about this. They moved my appointment up. Hopefully that's good. But I don't know. Anyways, guys, I'm going to go ahead and close it down. We had a pretty good day. Not a bad day in the market today. Like I said, we had consumer confidence come in and all that good stuff. Again, if you want to check out Topstep, Topstep is a funded account program for futures. what they do is they give you a demo, and if you can hit the target on the demo while following all their rules and conditions, and they fund you between $50,000 up to $150,000 with a 90% profit split. They're regulated by the Chicago Mercantile Exchange. They pay out millions, fund thousands a year. We're trying to get funded on Topstep. Again, we had a pretty nice day today. We are up about 145, $150, give or take. It's not a bad day. We do have Amazon earnings this evening. So Amazon earnings are this evening. We are going to be streaming the entire thing live today. So be ready for that, guys. But again, Topstep they are the most legit funded account program in the world. They're kind of who everybody else copies off of. If you look at their stats here, they pay out millions of dollars. This isn't funding. This is payouts and funded traders like taking money, withdrawing from them. They pay out millions every year. They fund thousands of traders a year in 143 countries. So again, if you want to check them out, they are the most legitimate funded account program in the world. This is our graph with them so far. And remember, guys, there's no PDT in futures. So you can day trade, you can short. This is this month so far in October. I don't know if it even includes today, but this is this month so far in October. And so we're doing pretty good. We're up about 1,300 gross on the month of October. Could do a little bit better. I could be sizing up a little bit more. But again, we're trying to get funded. And again, what they do is they give you a demo. If you can hit the target on their demo, while following their rules and conditions, number one, it's going to make you a better trader being in this combine. Like having these rules to follow is incredibly important to understand and get better at trading. It's going to condition you to be a better trader, in my opinion. They are a sponsor of my video, so I'm certainly biased in their favor, but it's going to make you a better trader, in my opinion. Number two is they legitimately fund you between $50,000 up to $150,000 in funding. You can get 20% off if you use my link. Here is the link in chat if you want to help support the channel. Great way to help support the channel. Like I said, super good way to get better at trading, in my opinion. I think a lot of people are not going to get funded, but they're going to get better at trading, and it's a lot cheaper to try the futures market this way than put up 10K yourself and risk that in the futures market. It has some pressure to succeed, but not the full extent of a live account, and I think it just makes sense, guys. And so if you want to check it out, there is the link. Great way to help support the channel. And yeah, check out Topstep. Also, guys, be sure to check out StonkTech. StonkTech goes live in a day or two. They're a trading social media platform that is going to be designed to give you free tools to use. It's kind of like StockTwits, but with tools. They've got all these people talking about them: Amzn, Investing, NASDAQ, Bloomberg, all these good stuff. And at the very least, you're going to get free dark pool and option flow access, saving you hundreds of dollars at the very least. Again, I'll consider it a favor if you join the wait list. They are a sponsor of my video as well. It's completely free website to use. Again, I'm always going to stream on YouTube, of course, but if you want to check out Stonk, here's the link. You can also find all these links in the description. Love you all, guys. A green day, easy day. Not really too much, stress today in today's trading. Y'all wish me luck for my heart appointment. Again, I'm a little bit nervous in anticipation of it. So wish me luck. Good luck, guys. Love you all. Y'all stay safe. And I'll see you guys a little bit later for Amazon earnings, which again are today, guys. We do have Amazon earnings today. Good luck. We'll see you guys later.